And we're back. Getting back on that horse. That streaming horse. You gotta eat something about eating that horse. I don't know, it's been a minute since I watched DBZA. Yeah. Here, I'm doing the thing. I am actually playing this on a Wii. And I've already created a character, so we're not going to see that opening video because for some reason the disc likes to freeze during that video. So I was able to make a character, and thankfully if we just jump in, it's going to skip that video, so it won't freeze. Apparently the batteries in this thing are at like halfway through, but you can see that literally all I did was make the character and not play for even a second. So same old Luna. Same one in every game. But yeah, had to take a break for a bit. Was not enjoying Freedom Unite for a whole host of reasons. I can get into a bunch of arguments about, you know, game design and hitboxes and appropriate scaling when things are obviously intended to be multiplayer. Also not entirely sure how my audio is doing right here. I'm going to turn the game down a little bit more because the Wii likes to be super, super loud. I'm going to turn off my stereo. And I can't figure out how to turn it down. So, anyway, I wasn't enjoying Freedom Unite. And if you're not having fun, why are you playing the game? Other than, you know, an arbitrary goal you assign for yourself to prove that just because you started in World, you're not, you know, some sort of noob. Maybe I am. Maybe that's me. Fuck it. I don't care anymore. That game sucks. If you still enjoy it, more power to you. It's just, it's not for me. I was not having fun. And it wasn't helping that playing Freedom Unite attracts a certain type of person to watch your stream. That, you know, while all of the advice I was getting was legitimately helpful, it still felt a lot like, you know, your friend is watching you play over your shoulder and keeps telling you what you should be doing, and eventually you just want to throw the controller at him. And I don't think we're going to get that with Try. I got a feeling if we do get people, they're mostly just going to be excited to see this happening. And also, I'm a lot better at 3rd gen. I don't know how Try's gonna go. We're doing this with a fucking Wiimote, man. I'm not gonna play it for very long, but here's the thing. I've already gotten pretty far into Portable 3rd and 3U, and those are an absolute delight that I feel pretty competent at. So we'll be fine there. And I feel a little bad about skipping over all this stuff, but I've already seen it. And if you want to see it for yourself, you should go play this game. Not on the Wii, though. You should get 3U, either on the 3DS or preferably the Wii U version. We're going to be playing the Wii U version on an emulator because it looks gorgeous. And also I can remap the controls better and I don't have to do a bunch of weird shit with Citra. But I've played around with this a little bit, just one, to make sure it would actually run, because like I haven't turned on my Wii in close to 15 years until I decided to do this project. I still have the thing, it still works as you can see, but you know, I needed to boot it up, I needed to make sure the game would run. So I've played around with this a little bit. I'm not going in completely blind on the motion controls, but boy howdy, they are whack. They are wild, and I want to demonstrate a few things as we're going about this that blew my fucking mind. I don't know, some people might not be all that surprised, but I know at least one person in particular who really went deep into the series with this one. He started with Freedom Unite, but in his own words, 3rd gen is when he really sunk his teeth in. And I've heard other people who make YouTube videos that I'm not gonna promote because they're dipshits. But you know, I've heard someone do like a history thing on the early games and comment that they never played the original or Freedom Unite or DOS. Most people haven't touched DOS because it wasn't released outside of Japan. And most people aren't willing to mess around with emulators, especially when the copy you can track down is like half translated at best. But they always comment about how weird the joystick attacks were. And guys, I've got some interesting news for you. That shit is still in this game. Alright, so, yeah, God, I really want to gush about how much prettier everything is, but it looks like shit running on the Wii. Like, the resolution is still really bad, so while I assure you it is very pretty, like the guts of it, you'll see soon enough, because we're going to play it at, you know, on a system that can handle, you know, full resolution. You know, you kind of can't tell, right? Oh, can I use, what's up with the pointer? Which one is Z? Z is this one. What does the pointer do? Pointer doesn't do shit. It says I'm pointing. Oh, there it is. I've got the sensor bar like way too close to me. I don't know why you would want to do this. All of the controls work fine just from the controller, and the gyroscopic stuff is all we're really worried about. So let's check some default stuff. Very interesting. Okay, so in this one, you start with the SNS and the greatsword, and that's it. Interesting. Because in Freedom Unite, we started with one of everything. Just to get a feel for it, in case you want to check some stuff out. In the original, all you started with was just the SNS. That was it. Anyway, so did the guy give me some money yet? I think he gave me some cash. I don't know if you can hear that in the background, but my dog's a dipshit. It is a lovely day here in Houston. We finally got our first cold front of the fall, and I am just stoked because it's, you know, it was below 80 most of the day, which is delightful. It means I've got all the windows open so they can hear everything. Okay, so ooh, okay, it's a little different from 3U. Okay, but the armor seems to be more or less the same. I don't know how I feel about this. You hold one button and it basically just shows you all the different panels. In 3U, it's a bit more like it is in later games where you just hit, you know, triangle or X, depending on if you're a PlayStation snob or actually true to what the Nintendo buttons are called. And I guess that would actually be Y if you're playing with like an Xbox controller or a Steam controller, but in my head it's always going to be PlayStation buttons. But this is cool. So this is something that I thought was really great about both 3U and Portable Third, but especially like 3U is even better in my opinion because it starts you with gathering gear. Like, look at this. Your first armor set, which you can buy with the cash they give you right up front, gives you gathering and speed gathering and whim. Like, that's dope because all you're going to be doing at the beginning is just running around picking shit up. Like, that's so great. Portable Third, the leather has the same armor skills, but they start you out with the Yukumo, which is more combat oriented. And I'll have a lot of shit to say about Portable Third as we get there, but just sort of an overview right now of what I'm intending to do here. I am not going to be sticking it out with the Wiimote because holy shit, it's so bad. But I want to go for a bit. There is it's like the third key quest is just a gathering quest where you need to kill some Epioths for monster guts. But during that quest, Laggy shows up, and I didn't realize this until earlier today. The Laggy that shows up on that quest is unkillable. So that's fun. No matter how much damage you do, he'll never die. Which really, you know, in 3U, I fought him for a bit until he ran off, and I felt really good about myself. Uh-oh, I wasn't doing anything. Anyway, let's begin. compared to second gen, compared to first gen, right out the gate, leaps and bounds ahead in terms of approachability. Like, you don't even have to do a quest. Literally, the first thing you do is, yeah, just go wander around the island, which, expedition mechanics. Oh my god, I'm so fucking excited for expeditions. This is where they begin. And I have a lot to say about where they're going as well. But yeah, right out the gate, you can just go wander. You don't have any quests to do. There's no menus or anything like that. The stuff I skipped over earlier was basically like, hey, my kid's out there running around. You go get him. And it's just like, go buy yourself some armor and just go run around. Go get a feel for things. And right now, whether or not you want to, he is explaining how this game works. You know, in the first game, we had a little kind of icon pop up that was basically supposed to prompt you to like open a menu and check some stuff out. The deserted island and the music. This is God. There's so many things to say about all this. The summary version, if you just want to go ahead and hear like my core opinion that might alienate some people, the series doesn't become good or playable until 3rd gen. You can't change my mind. I didn't like Freedom Unite. I tried. I wasn't enjoying it. You know? I think in some ways, yeah, it was a little bit too hard. It was definitely too grindy. It was extremely broken. But I just wasn't having fun. You know, maybe that's the privilege of being in, 2020 and looking back at this game that's over 10 years old. But I wasn't enjoying it. I have enjoyed every step of 3rd generation, though. Like, this is when the visual style really starts to kick in, and it starts to have that Monster Hunter charm to it. You started to see a little bit of that with Jumbo Village in DOS, and then it kind of goes away when you get to Poke. Like, it's something about the slightly fantastical, like this is... I'm almost willing to believe that this is a place that exists, but something about it just seems a little too colorful and bright and whimsical. And that is where Monster Hunter excels. That borderline, like, this might be a little bit too silly. In terms of, like, environmental designs. Monster designs are obviously just off the fucking charts. But even there... that doesn't really ramp up until we get to 3rd gen. Like, everything in 1st and 2nd gen is, barring a few outliers, if you told me it actually existed at some point in prehistory, I'd be like, yeah, I can see that as a thing. Like, everything is more or less rooted in reality in that it's largely based on, like, dinosaurs or more common, like, mythological creatures. Like, the Wraths are just basically dinosaurs that never lived. The same with Kutku. Gypsaros is pretty weird, but again, the skeleton of it, the way it works, the way it moves, it all still feels kind of rooted in reality, but sort of off to the side. I think Ketsu is probably, like, the weirdest thing in the first game. And then, you've got, like, Fatalis, but that's just a dragon. That's just a dragon. There's nothing particularly crazy about that. It is a very boilerplate kind of medieval style Western dragon. And then you start to get into some slightly weirder stuff that is still more or less rooted in reality. Like, Kush is basically just a variation of that same Western dragon. Tigrex is like, yeah, again, this isn't like a thing that did exist, but if you told me it did, I'd be like, yeah, alright, maybe. And then Narga is just kind of a variant on that. Yep. Oh boy. Yep. So I'm going to be playing with SNS for this. Though I do... if I'm not going to be going very long because we're only doing like a couple of like gathering quests and stuff, but I think I do want to try out there's, I mean, we're back to like the original 5 in this one. So if I need to, I'll try to drum up some cash just so we can like buy the intro level. Oh, you know what? I might need to move the mic for this because, yeah. So I'm excited because, wow, God, this first weapon is just trash. Oh my God, this is gonna be so bad. Because we got the spiral slash finally, but it's like a weird version of the spiral slash where you can't just spam one button. And then we walk over here, and with this one, wait, let me put my weapon away and then do, yeah. So bad. Alright, so we got some meat. And I know Junior is over here, but I'm not gonna mess with him yet. Our dodge is with the trigger. The start button, or well, I guess it's Nintendo, so it's something weird. The plus button is to sheathe and unsheathe, and if you are moving when you do an unsheathe, it's like hitting the right bumper or R1, depending on what you're used to. And then item usage is the minus button, which is real tricky with SNS because we do have unsheathed items. And then to scroll here, I'm holding this button and then using the D-pad. I like that I'm using the D-pad for it. That's great. I made the mistake of hitting A before the item prompt. Oh, I can't hold anymore. That's why. So it immediately just goes into attacking. But, so your A button, oh God. One, there's motion controls. Which you can just kind of, I mean, it's very, I think everybody's seen that Miyamoto clip of him playing like Rock Band or something on when the Wii first came out, and he's just like violently shaking. Like, yeah, that's how you do music. So like your basic combo is just looking for any sort of gyroscopic input. It really doesn't matter what. You don't have to be pointed at the screen or anything like that. What's interesting though is that your A button will do different things depending on the gyroscopic input. Which sucks so bad. It means my general like SNS combo, which is a forward leap and then this, and then go into the spiral slash. You can do most of it. It takes a lot of weird wrist movements, but it also doesn't easily translate into the just shaking, going to the spiral, and then there we go. That's like three separate and very different commands to achieve that full combo. But that's like the forward slash, or like the leaping strike, followed by, you know, the generic up and down combo, into the spiral slash, and then the minus button is the round slash. So it's shake, shake, turn, spam A, and then really quickly jam your thumb down to the basically the select button to finish out the combo. Like, it's, oh god, I'm glad we're really not, I'm not planning on fighting like fucking anything. I do want some more Aptonoths to spawn though. This is just, oh boy. I think I gotta give, wait, is that a giant one or just a mama size one? And then round. Oh god. But the round slash is only part of the combo, so it's like, oh god. And then spiral, except I'm like way too far away. Aptonoth hits surprisingly hard. Okay. Oh man. For anybody who doesn't play SNS, your spiral slash is really your highest damage option when you're just kind of standing still. And that's true even into World. There's a popular Japanese speedrunner who did something I really appreciate that a lot of the pros in Japan never bother with. He actually put out a guide, but he included subtitles. because knowledge shouldn't be secret. And that's the first thing he opens with, is the Spiral Slash is should always be in like the front of your mind. It is the best of the default like attacks. Okay, and see now the A button isn't doing shit. I don't know what's happening here. It's so weird. Whatever. Alright, so I'm pretty sure I just need to bring him some raw meat. I'm also pretty sure I was probably supposed to go like talk to him first, and then he tells me to get raw meat, and then I go get it and come back, but whatever. Oh yeah, and the overlay's covering a little bit of my oxygen meter, but again, I'm not going to be playing this very long, don't worry about it. The overlay for 3U looks way better. Mostly because that version looks way better. Oh, Junior. Who hates being called Junior. Oh. Hey. Yep, I brought the meat. Yep. Yep, you're making a camp. I get it. Here. Yep. Yep. Alright, cool. You just wanted one. Alright. And then go back home. Which, no. What? No, okay. Select is the kick button. Which, man, why did they cut that from World? The kick is so good. How do I... Shit. I've also got the 1 and 2 buttons. Oh, 1 is item use. Wasted so many whetstones. Oh, there it is. Okay, so 2... Okay, I haven't... Alright, it looks like I haven't enabled the return to village function yet. Oh, unless he's about to let me do it now. No, okay. So essentially, like, I love this. We have expeditions. This is the first game with expeditions, and that is going to be so unbelievably important, and I'll go into, like, a whole thing on my theories. But also, expeditions are my favorite part of the game. And that's probably why I've found this so immediately delightful, is that I just love the like freeform approach of like there's no objectives, there's no quest, you don't have to pay a posting fee, you just go run around, and you can stay out for as long as you have stamina, you know, or until your item pouch is full or whatever. You can just go. That's a giant one, right? Spiral Slash, and then oh, I missed it. See, this is going to be my issue. I can't land the strongest hit of the combo. There we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is... Oh god. It's not as bad as going back to the joystick attacks, but it's pretty bad. Alright. Put away. Yeah. It's... Oh god. But so okay, so here's the thing. While we're here in this opening thing, I do want to go ahead and display something. I'm gonna unplug my nunchuck, and I do have a Wii Pro controller. It's this guy. It's the original Wii Pro controller, which is extremely dusty. Holy shit! All of this stuff has been sitting in a steamer trunk that I use as a coffee table that I was given from a clown, an actual clown, because he used to work for the circus. Okay, so seems good so far. All right, this is a standard, like, modern gen controller. We've got the D-pad. You know, everything is exactly where you expect it to be. This is really, actually, I've got my Switch Pro controller here as well. Shit. You know, these are effectively the same thing. The only real difference in the layout, you know, you got 2 shoulder buttons, 2 sticks. I actually kind of prefer this layout of the sticks being in the same spot. That's the PlayStation style, but I'm fine with this as well. The only difference really between these two is that the Switch has the oh no, actually, you know what, the home button is the same, so really the only thing missing is the screenshot button. Otherwise they're identical, and this thing feels like it weighs absolutely nothing because there's no vibration in this thing. Shit. I just jumped the gun on what I wanted to show you. So, oh my god, I don't have a good way of demonstrating, but I want you to watch what I'm doing here and what happens on the screen. This is the right stick. Yeah, we're still doing this. Which means, how do we move the camera? What? Are you kidding me? I thought you guys learned. I thought we figured this out by now. I thought we figured this out after Freedom. I was shocked. I was fucking shocked that when it came to DOS, they were still doing this. They were still doing it in Try. I have seen people who started with Try talk about how it seems so weird that the right stick was used for attacks. Bitch, that was still happening in this game. If you had a Pro Controller, which I believe there was like a whole version, it might have been a special edition, at least released in Japan, that was a console. It probably had like a decal on it or something of like laggy. And it came bundled with Try, the remastered port of Monster Hunter G, and a Pro Controller. It was all one thing bundled together. Still doing this shit with the D-pad attacks. It blows my goddamn mind. And if I wanted to do... How do I... I'm trying to see if, you know what, like it's possible that this would be a preferable method considering we finally have the spiral slash again. Okay, guard is R1, or right bumper, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, camera center. D-pad camera makes absolutely no goddamn sense to me. So you would still need to play this with the claw hand. Like, it's absurd. Oh, that's it. And one of the face buttons. Yeah, so, okay. So we're finally up to the point, unlike DOS and the original, the B button, or the X button, or the X button is, yeah. Had to think about that for a minute. Is dodge. So we're up to that. That's good, because in the original, circle was dodge, or A, or B, depending on what controller type we're talking about. The bottom, okay, I'm just gonna refer to them in orientation. The bottom face button is now dodge. It was the right face button in the original and DOS, so that's something. But square is not sheath, it's use item, which that's fine, except how do we, okay. Oh, when you're doing it with the Pro Controller, however, it's not the D-pad, it's the standard controls. You have to hold the left bumper and then scroll with right and left face buttons. So, okay. Wait. Okay, so sheath is now the right face button, rather than being contextual for the left face button. In future games, actually in portables and future games, because it makes more sense that way, SNS would need to hold the right bumper and then press the use item button so that it could use items unsheathed. This one is a bit more like DOS in that you can just use items unsheathed because your sheathing button is the right face button, but that is because the attacks are not attached to the face buttons except for the one attack that I wish was just part of a combo, but it's not. Because what I want to do is this, spiral slash into round slash. Spiral slash, which again, you can't just hold the button, you gotta spam it into round slash. This is the combo. Jumping, that, spiral slash, full spiral slash, and then round slash. That is your full highest damage SNS combo until like Perfect Rush and Shield Slam are introduced. And what's so much better about literally the expansion of this game, just in 3U, to do that full combo, you just have to hit the top and right face buttons, so the X and A attack, which is your leaping strike, and then you just spam the right face button for a while, and it does that full combo. It's great. And it can be interrupted at like any point to roll out of it or, you know, dodge or whatever. But not here. So, yeah, I'm going to go back to the Wiimote, but I just wanted to demonstrate that the right stick attack and D-pad camera was still very much in play. You just had to have a Pro controller, which I think not a lot of people did. I also want to go on record. I ain't mad about any of this. This is all just smart business. You know, the Wii was unquestionably... I am completely out of stamina. The Wii was absolutely, like... I mean, it was called the Revolution for a reason. It really did revolutionize. Like, this console was in so many homes all over the world. And, this is where camp should be, in my mind. Except now it's the farm. No, I'm not going to the farm. I don't care about the farm. We're not going to be playing long enough to care about the farm. I am going to go grab that sword and shield, though, just because I want to... Or not sword and shield, great sword. Because I want to see how it handles. Because the next thing we're going to do is cook some meat for Junior. And I think after that, we get to do our first quest. But I love this style of the opening of the game is completely low. I mean, it's literally no pressure. There's no quests. There's no timers. It's really just go out into the field and figure out how this works. There is a day-night cycle in this one. What? That's not in 3U. What? That's weird. Oh, I'm kind of glad I did it the way I did it now. I wouldn't have even noticed that. I don't think I have ever returned to Moga from the forest for it to be nighttime. And I don't think if we started with it having a day-night cycle and then went on, I never would have noticed that, hey, it's always daytime every time we come back. So actually, I'm kind of glad I skipped ahead now. Alright, so yeah, he's going to give us a spit. I'm going to do my hunt report. God, this mechanic is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant game design. Because one, yes, it is better to, and we've got requests, which is essentially a bounty system. First bounty system was in DOS. This is a much more, like, important bounty system because it actually upgrades. This is how you upgrade the farm. This is how you get new masks for Cha-Cha. You know, all kinds of stuff. I have no points from that. It's fine. We're about to go back out and do stuff. We got the smith. Sorry, he's an artisan in this one. Yep. Okay. Yeah. We are back to the original 5. Not even dual blades. They cut everything. Back to the core 5. What? Medium bow guns? What? Ah, so weird. Ah. What a weird relic from the past. The medium bow gun. That might be in 3U. I never play ranged. I never play ranged outside of World. I've played a decent amount of like light bow gun in World, but primarily I stick to hunting horn, insect glaive, sword and shield. I try to play them all. I have a whole stream dedicated to that premise, but I am definitely most comfortable and competent with those 3. And since 2 of those are not an option, we go in S&S, baby. Oh man, they cut everything. They cut it all back for motion controls and water. And again, like I'm not mad about it. You know, it's a smart business move. It's just it's such a bummer that they had to allocate so much of the resources to these 2 things that would be regarded as, you know, almost universally regarded as a mistake. There was so much pushback after they cut the weapons. And then I think most people, anyone who didn't start with Try, kind of universally has this, maybe not hatred, but at least poor opinion of the water combat, whereas, you know, I think a lot of people who did start with this one kind of look at it as like, oh, just, you know, it was always part of the game for me. I didn't think it was that weird. I will save my opinion when we get there. I do have an opinion, and I think it might be surprising. Which, I mean, like right there, that gives it away. I don't think it's that bad. I kind of like it. You know, it's obviously very clunky, but what about this game isn't clunky right now? You know, so it makes sense. No, I think it's well executed within the bounds of like what they've established. So we still have the 3-page item pouch that is only 24 items, because it's 3 pages of 8 as opposed to the original 2 pages of 10, or later on we'll get 3 pages of 10, and then in Worlds I think it's like 40 plus the field pouch plus the gunner pouch. We do have a separation though of item pouch and gunner pouch though. It's just you can't access the gunner pouch when you're not a gunner. It still seems so weird to me that they drew that arbitrary line. And I'm really glad it's gone. And I really hope it stays gone. Oh, Jesus. I didn't even think about that. Since I last streamed, Rise has been announced. And we've gotten a shit ton of information about it. And I'm stoked as hell. Looks super fucking good. It looks like we are keeping everything good from World, and Ichinose is doing that thing he does, where he looks at the stuff that did work, and then he looks at the stuff that didn't work, and he goes, let me just tweak it a little bit, and then he knocks it out of the park. Which will become apparent when we get to Portable Third. Because I think that's also worth keeping in mind, is pay attention to what's going on here, because the next thing we're going to do is probably just like one hunt in Portable Third. We'll wander around a bit, I'll talk about it, and then we'll jump into one hunt against Zenogre. Because I played up to that point, and I did like literally every request up to that. And then I stopped because I was like, okay, this is the debut of Zenogre. I should probably, even if I'm not going to stream it, I should capture this fight. And if I am going to capture it, well, then I might as well just go ahead and stream it. And I'm up to basically that exact same point in 3U. I'm up to the actual first laggy fight. So because I wanted to keep playing, but I didn't want to do that without recording it, I've done every other village request up to that point. I even did the one where you go gathering bloodstones a couple times because it's a secret Giganox quest. Like, you're not supposed to fight him, but he's on the map. So I fought him a couple times. God, it's so dark. Yeah, the day-night cycle is just gone in 3U. This is kind of cool, actually. I like it. Now that I've seen it, I'm kind of bummed that it's gone. Yep. Like, Deserted Island looks dope in the moonlight. This is cool. Actually makes me curious about something. Let's go for a stroll real fast. Can we... No, I'm absolutely... Wait, what? Why would I want to go into pointing mode? While you have the menu open. Okay. So we open the menu, do this. What can I gather information on? I don't see, are there mushrooms over here? It's really dark. Maybe this is why they cut it. Okay, so here we go. I'm not... I don't, what can I gather information on? Is it just monsters? No, I don't care about that. What would I need to gather information on? What is available for me to gather information on? All right, we can't get into the spot that I wanted to check. I was thinking, I had a hunch that maybe since it's nighttime, maybe Giggy would already be out to play. I don't think so though. Doesn't. Like there shouldn't even be any large monsters on this map yet, so you know, it'd be pretty crazy if all it took for Giganox to come out this early was, oh, it's dark out. He gonna get you. Okay, that was another thing. So we have item prompts. We have like gathering prompts, which is a huge quality of life improvement. Holy shit. In general, I can't get to the spot I want to check yet. I'm talking about the cave. I want to see what mining outcrops look like. I didn't even mean to do that. It's just because you just sit here with the nunchuck and you're gathering. What a weird... Like, this is a weird design choice, but it's not one that, like, annoys me. It's mostly just... It's innocuous and inexplicable. Beginning of Altaroths. Oh my god, my weapon is so weak. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the expedition mechanic is fucking brilliant. Because it gives you motivation to play even if you don't really have any objectives. Because you're always gathering resources with your kills. You can go out and gather, but also if you're just bored, you can just run around the island. And that is a brilliant way to not only introduce new players, but kind of just keep you playing the game. Like, whether or not you've got anything on your plate, even if you're not like actively working on making some armor or a new weapon or something, or need, you know, more ingredients that you can gather, you can just wander around and accumulate resource points. And I think that's brilliant because it lets you play a little more aimlessly. There's no stakes in this. So, like, practicing your weapon is a lot more fun, I feel, because there's just no pressure. Like, if you fuck up, who cares? All you're doing is just running around. If you die out here, it doesn't matter. You know, when you're bored, you can literally press a button and go back to town. Like, the expedition is a fantastic mechanic. I know a lot of people aren't keen on it. I love it. It's my favorite part of the game. Oh yeah, he gave me it. Okay, so I got the volume turned way down, but let's see if I can do... Oh, nope, let's kick. What? Oh, right, it was the, okay, it's the one button. Here we go. Do I have to press the one button again? Yeah, I'm going purely on color. I can't hear shit. Alright. Forgive me a moment if there's like echo, but I gotta turn it up. No, wait. That's nothing. I've got the audio coming through the TV.
So tasty.
I'm actually gonna, okay. I can turn the TV back down. But like this is the cooking music that I think most of us are familiar with, and it is definitely the most important change. Because of the end, because up to this point it's been kind of weird. It's been different. It's not the one we're used to. But as soon as you hear it, you know it.
So tasty.
There it is. Been waiting for that one, because the first one was weird as hell, and when we jumped to Portable Third, it's all in Japanese. Of course it's in Japanese. The game was never released outside of Japan, so it's, you know, kind of unnerving when you hear it. But like, this is the one. That's the so tasty that everyone knows.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey.
Oh my god, this weapon sucks so bad.
Hey.
That should be like a single leaping strike. Alright. Walking away. Nope, I didn't mean to do that, but that's
fine. So tasty.
Alright, here's what I meant to do. Oh, we're not on a quest, though. Oh, it still gives you the quest thing anyway. Alright, so I just need 30 resource points. Okay, which means I just need to run around, you know, randomly killing things. Oh, we can go out here, which means maybe Jaggies? Maybe some Jaggies and Jaggia? But I seriously doubt there's going to be a great Jaggy yet. Because again, they're easing you into it. If this is your new game, and they were banking on it being a lot of people's first game, you know, they put a lot of effort in terms of like actual game design. My defense down was weird.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
Oh god, if you thought Banabra were bad before.
Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Hey.
Also, do they do this in later games? I feel like defense down is something else. Banabra I'm used to are mostly just best players. They just try to sting and paralyze you.
Yeah.
Game audio back down a little bit. There we go. That might have been too much. How about that? That seems good. Alright. What were we doing? Just flailing wildly at bugs. Oh god, this is bad enough with a controller. With the motion controls, this is just miserable. Oh my god. Oh my god. But the difference is, like, this ridiculous style of control doesn't hurt my hands. So it's not so much... I'm also, like, we're only gonna do, like, one large monster hunt with this ridiculous nonsense. But, like, this would be infuriating. Nah. Nah. There's, like, a delay to it that bothers me. Okay. Let's go see what's over here. I mean, if we're gonna get Jaggies, they're gonna be in 6. Yeah, boy. Little assholes. Yeah, seeing the map in night mode it's really cool. It's weird that they got rid of that. I mean, visibility is pretty bad, especially when somebody starts giving you tips, like the whole screen just goes black. All right, attacking and evading. Yo. Oh, this weapon is so bad. Oh my god, would you stop getting stunned? Just sit still. Oh, I'm also going dull. That could be part of it. It's fine. Area 7 has, there we go. Yeah, but like I love this mechanic of just you run around, you kill small monsters, you get, you know, little bits of resource points, and it slowly accumulates, or you take down larger monsters and shit. I'm so glad I'm not doing this for like any more than a very short run. Okay. They're already getting, you know, a hell of a lot more generous with how long things stay on the ground before they despawn. That, like that other one, I let him sit there for a bit. So nope, you can't even start it that way. What? Wait, how did I get the finisher? Oh, you can turn the stick on the nunchuck. Maybe? Maybe not. Oh, maybe it's that I'm turning the ankle on this shit. Got the full combo. How did I do that? No, that's okay. If I rotate to the left, that's the spiral slash. Oh, I'm dull as hell. Hey, that's cool. All right, I got whetstones. That's kick. Nope, that's unsheath. What is it? 1? Yes. Oh my god. Yeah, if I were to have to stick it out with this, I would lose my mind. Oh boy. And these are not bone piles yet? That's weird. I wonder if it's just that they're not bone piles yet for this expedition. Ugh. Terrible. What? Okay. How? It's okay. It's like if you're just like moving the stick during the combo. I don't, yeah, it really, I would love to figure out what is doing that, but I am just spinning the left stick, and that's what's, if I hold this to the right, like this, I'll do spiral slash, and if I am just spinning this stick while I do it, sometimes... It's just, there appears to be no rhyme or reason to it. So I'm just gonna wildly spam the left stick to try to finish out the combo. I have no idea what's happening. Oh, I'm almost out of go juice. Well, let's burn these first. Alright. Oh my god. Just wiggle. Just yeah, there's absolutely no rhyme or reason to this. But at least it's a way better attack, so if I have to do some weird shit. The other thing is, in 3U, I haven't done underwater with the SNS yet. I've only done it with Hunting Horn. So like I don't know if doing it with the Wiimote for the first time is gonna be it's gonna be good. But the good news is I don't give a shit if Laggy kills me. Doesn't matter. I just want to fight him for a bit, because we can't kill him. We can't even damage him, apparently. Oh, okay, so this is something I want to test. So if I use the item button with nothing selected, then you sheathe. Okay. Okay. Hey, I haven't gathered any blue mushrooms. We got kelbies. We got some kelbies over here. See if I can get some blue mushrooms and... No, not choice. I want blue. Make some potions. There we go. Alright. Let me see. Menu was 2. Okay. Good. Sorry. What is this? Okay. That's kind of cool. Oh, interesting. Now that is fascinating. Okay. So... No. Interesting. Okay. So this is not a thing later. Combine is just the combine that it is in later games, which means from the combine option in the menu, you have combine pouch items or combine from list. And it just gives you the full list right out the gate. It doesn't tell you what everything is, but you know all of the ingredients to make everything. 90% success rate on Mega Potions without any books. Pretty sure that's up from like 80, maybe even 75% in the last game, which sucked. Ended up with a lot of just garbage, which, yeah, I mean, you know, fight me if you want, but I'm glad that shit's gone. Don't, like, what was the point of that? That was an arbitrary, just not even so much difficulty as just obnoxious. What's always seemed crazy to me is as the games progress, inventory management becomes a little less important, while simultaneously your inventory gets bigger. You know, as you need fewer slots in your item pouch, you are given more slots. It's just kind of goofy. Not that I'm complaining. It's just always seemed kind of weird to me. You know, you start out with 20 and... Or it's like, the thing is, you need items less and less. You know, the original game, even through Freedom Unite, was so dependent on bringing a bunch of tools with you in order to succeed. And oftentimes the materials necessary to make those tools, and depending on how complicated they were, maybe the combo books to ensure that you're not wasting materials when you make those tools. Like, you needed more and more space And as you need less space, they give you more. Partly because, you know, it's getting a little more forgiving with like the combination rates, but also it's less and less important that you like always have traps with you and sonic bombs and all this other shit. Like it's to the point now that playing well and, you know, knowing when to get out of the way and when to capitalize on openings and stuff like that, you don't need all those tools. You can still be pretty fast without them. Whereas both the scaling of, you know, the monsters and the equipment that you're given at a certain rate and the abilities of the monsters and their weaknesses and stuff like that, the further back you go, the more absolutely fucking crucial it is that you have a full complement of tools at your disposal all the time when you have, you know, even less inventory space to keep all those things. I think we've already got enough points, so I didn't mean to waste that. Dang it. Oh, I can't return to village yet. Okay. Well, I've got enough points, so we'll go ahead and run back. I'm going to switch out for Greatsword just because I want to see how it works. I already got enough. I got up in 30, didn't I? Did I? Is there a place where I can check that? Resource points 7. Well, because I haven't reported anything. Let me just kill one of these guys to check it. Just there it is. Oh, I'm up to 60. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Camera. All right. Okay. Oh man. Yeah, I think this is the only thing we have to do before the our wonderful Moga sweetheart, which I have things to say about her as well. Before she appeals to the guild to actually start getting us some real quests. Alright, so it's nighttime for that one. Are we gonna get back into the day cycle? Also, these loading screens I'm going off of. Yep, we're back into day. Actually playing the game off a disc, which is not something I've done in a very long time. Alright, we got that. Yep. I also want to do a hunt report. Cool. Yes, and this is a great way to reward your expedition. Is that depending on what you kill, you might get a couple unique items under certain circumstances. Like you can check it in the forecast, and you can also just get the rare items that you need for trading, and you know, little helpful stuff that is all like. Yeah, I haven't. Oh, okay, right. We gotta go do that. Which means I'm probably gonna go buy some pickaxes after we dump our stuff. Still no item box out in town yet. Which that won't be a thing. Actually, you know what? I don't know when that starts being a thing. One button sorts. Because it's not a thing in Portable Third or 3U. I know that. But 4 is the only one I haven't started. You know what? I think 4 is when the item box first shows up outside of your house. I'm pretty sure there's an item box like right next to the exit in Bahabar. Can I send out boats yet? No, you don't want to talk to me. But I do want to buy some pickaxes. Yep. Yeah, and just the sort of the cohesive message you're getting from literally everyone in this town is that you are in the middle of goddamn nowhere. And nothing they do has ever been, like, interesting or of consequence. To the extent that even the woman who runs the shop is surprised that there is a customer. Because, like, have a look around. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, Neko's not here. Interesting. Wonder if he shows up. Oh no, because you have to choose it at the beginning. That's right. All right, 7, and then up at the farm we got 8, and then once you have all your cats, that's 9, 10, 11. Because there are like 11 people that live in this village. That's it. I think there's an extra kid running around somewhere. He might be in my house, which, like, hey kid, why are you in my house? Is he in there? He's not in there. Oh, my cat. Still though, it's like less than 20 people. Yeah, so this is an interesting thing. All right, so we're at the point in you know, game history where you have to choose whether or not you're going to be online or offline when you first boot up the game. There's no jumping back and forth. I mean, there is with the same character, but like you can't, you know, go from I think it's Lock in this one. Is it Lock? I can't remember. No, Port Tanzia. It's Tanzia in this one. So you can't jump between Tanzia and Moga just like at a whim. You have to back out of your game all the way. Whereas that so portable third doesn't really count because it's another portable, which means to go into the hub, you're basically just going into a building. And then you're connecting via like ad hoc or the fake ad hoc that goes through like a PS3 or something. So 3U is really the first one where you can at will jump between, you know, two completely different locations for your online and offline. Yep. Yeah, and torches. Why did we get rid of torches? Also, wait, how do I get a torch when I'm on an expedition? What's the point of memo pads? Hey! Is this a thing yet? How do I do this? Yep, I'm in pointer mode. Kill me. Boop! Oh, I kind of like that. I kind of like that, actually. It's an interesting way to do that. Make it a little bit terrifying when you're going up against an actual monster. Like, oh god, I gotta, no. Huh. That's clever. I like that. I don't think that's a thing in 3U. I could be wrong. I might have just like skipped over it, but it seems like it would make sense, right? You're playing with presumably playing with the pad. It's like you could use like a stylus or something to do it easier. I just don't have bug nets. Oh, it's a weird version of Area 4. Oh my god, it's so dark. Ah, interesting. Okay. Hold the C button. Yeah. Items. Wait, did they just like give me a torch? I don't have a torch. How? What? Hold up. How do I get a torch in expedition mode? Oh, why wasn't I paying attention? Let's look at the menu again. No. Torches. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, but how do I get one? Oh, why wasn't I paying attention? Ah. What is the point of this? This is like a wish list thing, but I don't know how to input items. Yeah, so you got... Okay, so we're still doing the same thing of like, they give you a handful of basic combos up front, but the rest you just kind of have to figure out on your own by randomly combining stuff. Which, like, that, you know, that's fine. I'm not mad about it. Mostly, I think it's really good to have the full combo list. Even if you have to discover, like, the ingredients and the item, I'd still rather just have a big list of stuff to craft the items from. Yeah, how do I get a torch without an item box? Are there torches in the item box at camp? Can you make a torch? How do you make a torch? I don't think you can make a torch. It's always in the box. And you can't buy them. I don't think. No, item box isn't even here yet. Yeah, because we haven't even talked to the guild yet. So how do I get a torch? Because, yeah, wow, the cave area is so dark. I think part of that is just because everything's, like, really washed out. I keep thinking that sound is, like, something behind me. It's just the Wii. It's the fact that I'm playing a game off of a disc, and I haven't had to do that in a very long time. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to do it blind, because I don't know how to acquire a torch unless the provision box gives me one. Because I wasn't paying attention. It is pitch black. Now, the weird thing is, I know Area 4, so I could do this blind, except this Area 4 is different. It's supposed to be like a big donut shape, and this one's just a flat thing. Do you have to fight Giganox, like, completely in the dark? It sucks so bad. Okay, well, I don't have bug nuts. Will you give me a torch? I can't talk to you. Okay. This is... Yeah. I got nothing here. So I think we just have to, like, run around until I... You just randomly stumble upon a outcrop because it's not laid out the way I expect it to be. Yeah, this is very different. Torches are still in 3U, but I've, like, never found a use for them. Wait a second. Can I go? Oh, the map is like... Ah, there's, like, secret shit. Okay, so it's the same map, it's just not accurately represented on the mini-map. God, there's gonna be giggies. They're gonna try to leech on me. Here we go. Yep. Was it just the one? That's all you get. Nope. Yeah, no, I can't see anything either. Like, that's the joke. Is that you're supposed to have a torch in this area, but I don't know how to like acquire or make one. So I'm just kind of doing this blind at the moment. Yeah, I skimmed through his explanation of torches too fast, and I'm only used to ever getting them out of the item box. It's like, I don't know how I'm supposed to get them for this run other than just doing it blind and then, you know, coming back later. Can we... No, it won't let me just run back yet. Yeah, I don't know how to... Right? Yeah, so that's the thing. I've been playing 3U, the Wii U version. And like in this original version on the Wii, like check out the minimap. Check out like how Area 4 is represented. It hides the fact that it's a donut shape. You know, like that whole area of the map is like a secret which you stumble around blindly unless you have a torch. But the thing is, I'm on an expedition right now. I only ever get torches out of the item box, and there is no item box. Now, he explained why torches are useful, but I like skipped through the first page of the dialogue, so he might have also explained how to make them. Yeah, exactly. In the Wii U version, I've seen it and I've been like, oh, that's really cool. Why don't we still have torches? I don't know what they're good for, but you know, it's a cool thing to have, I guess. Well, apparently in the original try, it was fucking necessary. Because Area 4 is just pitch black. I'm also a little surprised they didn't, like, you know, pull a fast one on me, because, like, there are giggies in there. So I was really expecting, like, okay, well, I'm doing this the dumb way, I'm stumbling around blind, I'm gonna get a big old leech on me. But, again, I think this is a much larger, you know, game design philosophy thing. 3rd gen, they are actively trying to ease new players into the game by being just a little less shitty about everything. Yeah, I didn't kill anything. It's fine. Boop. Alright, now I think we can do quests. Maybe. Oh my god. Alright, I think I got one more request before this wonderful person starts giving me stuff to do. No, not you. Yeah. Classic controller, not pro controller. It's called the Classic. Alright. Ew. Okay. It's swimming time with motion controls. And a weapon I haven't used underwater yet. Though in fairness, I've only used one weapon underwater. See how this goes. I get what you're saying. In English, they're translated the really big sword, like the Cloud Strife sword from Final Fantasy. That's called the Great Sword, and then the sort of samurai katana is called the Long Sword, and then the flute is, I believe it's also called hunting flute in like the Japanese translation. In English, they translate it to hunting horn. And I am primarily hunting horn and this sword and shield, but I've been playing 3U with just hunting horn up to this point. So that's the only one I've used underwater. But also, like, the motion controls are a whole new just nightmare, so whatever. I don't have any fertilizer. I'm not gonna bother. I don't care. We're not gonna be playing this for very long. Seriously, I want to see Laggy. I want to try to hit him. I want to see how quickly he kills me, and I'm gonna abandon this game forever. That's it. Yeah, I don't care. Alright, cool. Cool beans. Get out of here. What do we need to do now? Okay. Oh! Yeah. Okay, interesting that they translated it differently between the two games. Makes me think they had a different, like, localization team. Because yeah, in Japanese it's the hunting flute. But in English it's always been the hunting horn. So it makes me think maybe whoever they had do the localization for Spanish, like they switched, you know, who they had doing the localization between the two games. Or maybe they just decided you guys should, you know, call it what they call it. And that us dummy Americans should keep calling it a horn. Okay, so when you're on expedition mode, you can just grab a torch. Nice. All right. And these are like actually important in the original. It does look real cool though. Oh. Interesting. It doesn't make Kelbies like scatter, but it does kind of disable them for a second. Oh, we've got the full map now. Ooh. All right. Let's go see if we can get back to Area 4. I want to see if Giggies even spawn yet. Cause I'm legitimately surprised that like they didn't try to trick me there. Oh, Malinxes. All right, yeah, we've got the full map, so it's big boy time. We're not gonna pull any punches. You're gonna get shit stolen from you, which means there's probably also Giggies. You're gonna have to deal with leeches. Oh God, what a difference! Absolutely like essential. They just turn down the brightness in this one area, so you have to carry a torch. What a weird... I mean, like, it's kind of cool, but it's also kind of, like, arbitrary. Yeah, I was saying that earlier. 3U does away with the day-night cycle, which I'm kind of bummed about, actually, because it looks really cool at night. Like, the big full moon and stuff. Wandering around with a torch, and it actually looks kind of good. Alright, where's them giggies? Come on, you little leeches. Let's go. Ugh. The nunchuck item prompt is so weird. Oh, here we go. Come on. Yep. There you are. Oh, and you're fast. Quick little bastards. Oh, because they're afraid of the fire. That checks out. That makes sense. Oh, okay, so while you're carrying... Interesting! They're even making you, like, basically pretend that while you have a torch in your hand, you have to use your other hand to do stuff. Because the normal, like, item collection prompt goes away, and it turns into just the nunchuck. Because your right hand is now occupied. Oh, I actually kind of like that. The motion controls are terrible. And there's no way I would play the full game like this, but that is really clever. I think that's really clever. Yeah, thanks for watching, man. You have to use your left hand. That's really good. It looks really cool at night. I'm kind of bummed they got rid of this. What you got? I got fire. Yeah? Come at me. Oh, assholes. Look how cool that is. That's kind of a bummer that that goes away in 3U. Anyway, into the water we go. Okay. What am I doing? I think I just need to go fishing, right? Yep. The Moga Art of Swimming. Yep. Yep. Work just like they do when you're on solid ground. Hey, bud, not quite. Not quite. Yep. Mm-hmm. So I feel like... Yeah, I feel like if anything, the swimming is going to be better with the Wiimote. Which is kind of a batshit crazy thing to say. But, you know, you've actually got your camera controls, like, right there at your right thumb. Yeah, oxygen. I know. that's another thing. Okay, so this is when I go into my long, not that long, like my take on the swimming. So again, as usual, I started with World. I had heard tales of the swimming in Try and how it was so weird and horrible and clunky, and thank God it's gone and it'll never come back. And then I've heard from people who started with Try who say, like, I don't know, it didn't seem that weird to me, but that's where I started. I just kind of assumed it was, part of the game. So I was really prepared for it to be absolutely atrocious. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. It's a little clunky, but so much of this entire series is. And I had a suspicion about this because I've been playing 3U just with my usual Steam controller. But I kind of suspected that doing it with the Wiimote and having the D-pad for the camera just like right there at your thumb would actually probably be a pretty good way to do this. And it is. It feels a lot better. Like, it's definitely easier to control like this. Okay, now I have earned the right to just go back to town whenever I want. Why can't I harvest? Oh, okay, that's weird. There are some instances where you have to use the nunchuck because it just won't let you use the standard just do everything button. And that's okay, so that is the one thing that bothers me about the swimming controls, is that when you press back, it's all based on where you're aiming. So if you want to go up, you look up and you swim in that direction, but if you hold back, you go towards the camera, which just always kind of fucks me up, because you kind of want to spiral while you're swimming. It seems weird to just go straight down. You can't go straight down. You always go down at like an angle. So while you're spiraling, you're usually doing that just with the left stick, which means you're going up and then down and then up and then down, so you're not making like any progress whatsoever. I didn't want to do that. I want to kill fish. So yeah, it's a little clunky, but I kind of like it. It's very weird. It's very different, and I think that's why I enjoy it, because it's a really wild change of pace. I will say Hunting Horn sucks underwater. It's so bad because it's already a slow weapon with kind of some fairly vague, mildly bullshit hitboxes. Bullshit in your favor, not in the monster's favor. Like the Super Pound just is basically an AoE. Like, you can launch shit from like maybe like a good 5 feet away. But that does make it really weird trying to figure out like the safe spacing. And that's another thing I think is really interesting about the water combat, is it honestly feels kind of forgiving because it's so clunky. Like, it seems to me like they gave you, a little more leeway because they knew it was going to be a little harder to control and you're going to be sluggish, which makes sense, you're underwater. But like the window between, and this is another thing, gathering points disappear once they're empty. Love that. Fantastic. Floating button prompts make the gathering point go away. Fantastic. But like, kind of the range on when an attack, when you have like a near miss, I feel like wind pressure when you're above ground is way more annoying because it's way more likely to catch you when you thought you were, you know, completely clear of an attack. Whereas water pressure, like you basically got hit, but it was like a glancing blow. So you're not going to take any damage. You're just going to have kind of a pushback, you know, sort of like what wind would do, but underwater. So it just sort of moves you, maybe does just the slightest little bit of chip damage. But like ultimately that feels a lot more forgiving because even like a claw swipe above ground is enough to kind of trip you for a second and do like a decent chip. But underwater, it's just like, nah, it just kind of moved you out of the way. Mildly annoying, but it's not going to kill you. But again, I'm also coming at this from playing Hunting Horn, which early Hunting Horn, which is not in this one, but, you know, starting in Portable Third, early Hunting Horn has its own kind of, like, rocksteady effect, in that there are certain attacks and certain, like, thresholds for being attacked that you will not react to. You just take a little bit of chip damage, and it kind of pushes you. But because you're locked into like a recital animation, it doesn't interrupt you, which is extremely generous, because that shit goes away. It can be dangerous, just like wearing a Rocksteady in World can. You know, if you're not careful, you're going to get yourself killed that way. But honestly, it's better than constantly getting your songs interrupted. That's why if you play Hunting Horn in World, don't even bother with the temporal mantle, man. Just don't. It's not worth it. So just, like, you're never going to get a song off as long as you've got that temporal mantle on, because all it does is interrupt what you're doing. Which is great for other weapons. I mean, it's just like running Valor Hunting Horn in Generations or Generations Ultimate. Don't do it. Because the whole hook of this thing is that you have an auto dodge that then forces you into, you know, a new, like, stance. You know, so with Valor, it forces you to automatically sheath your weapon, which means you have to unsheath again, and because your unsheath attack is always one specific note, it tends to ruin your song cues. Hey, we've got some cash, right? I just want to, I'm just going to try out, I just want to try out the other melee weapons. I'm not going to bother with gun. I don't have that much money. Okay. We might sell some stuff. Because again, we can't win against Laggy. I just want to smack him around a little and see how hard he hits. Moga Forecast doesn't look as good yet. Looks really nice in the 3U version. Or in the Wii U version. But I mean, also just generally, this doesn't look as nice. Mostly because it's stuck, you know, broadcasting at a lower res. So like, even though it's all kind of blurry and stuff, it's still very pixelated. That's just because it's literally at a lower resolution. Like for me, there's kind of a sweet spot in there because like I'm blind as shit. Anything over 720p, I don't fucking care, man. It doesn't matter to me. I'm blind. But this was back from like the age of CRTs, where a lot of all this pixelated nonsense you're seeing would get kind of smoothed out by tubes. All right, so we can finally do quests, and god damn it, I skipped over all of her shit. I shouldn't have done that because I think it's really fascinating how the guild is depicted from game to game. This is just a harvest quest, so I'm just going to talk over it. We're good. So what she just said is that she had sent a letter. She is a guild representative, you know, like she works the counter. She works for the guild. And what she just said is that she had sent letters to the guild basically telling them, hey, we have a real hunter now. Please give us some assignments. And I think it's really fascinating that, like, this is the first instance of the guild being represented as, like, an actual, you know, bureaucratic like organization, because she had to petition them to get real assignments from the guild as opposed to you just running around and doing stuff for the village. In previous games, you were always doing stuff for the village, but it was given to you through the village elder, and it was still treated like a quest. It had a timer, just like this. Yeah. Here we go. Catastrophe-proof industry. God, she's the best. Okay, so, well, let me finish what I was saying. I think it's really fascinating that up to this point, the guild has just been like the bar where, oh, actually, you know what? I didn't play DOS. And it's my understanding that guild headquarters is in Locklack, which is the hub for DOS. So you know what? There might have been more like demonstration of them as like a government body, or at least a governing body. But in the portables and in the original, the guild was basically just a bar where hunters would hang out. There was no indication that there was like anything more to it than that. A lot of your quests in the early games, if you read who was making the request, it was just some weirdo. You know, usually someone from the village. Sometimes it was like there was one in Freedom. There was like a Rathalos capture where it was like a princess asking you to capture a Rathalos because she wanted it as a pet. Like, that's kind of fucked up. You probably shouldn't do that. But I didn't. Yeah, shit. And that's the thing. We can't play online in DOS. So like that's not even because I skipped it. We'd never be able to do that. So I think the first instance where we might have seen the guild as like an actual organization would have been the online function of DOS, but that is lost to time. So instead, we'll work with this. Humble little Moga Village wasn't even worth the guild's time. They've got one representative there, their resident sweetheart, and yes, the title of sweetheart is probably not great that is a title. But essentially, they weren't even on the radar. They had somebody out there because they probably send somebody out to literally every establishment where humans are. Humans and Wyverians. Where civilized people are. But they didn't have any assignments. You had to prove yourself to the village before she even got a response saying, okay, well, here's just some garbage. And the first thing she said is, we finally got some quests in. Are you ready to see what it is? Oh, it's mushroom gathering. I don't think they're taking us seriously. Like, you know, it's interesting that it's depicted that way, because up until this point, the guild wasn't really a thing. It was just like a bunch of drunks in a bar who did quests. But in this one, and then in Portable Third, we're going to start to see... Actually, no, in Freedom Unite, there was the manager. So, like, we're just starting to see, like, the beginnings of... There is sort of a hierarchy here, even though it's never very clearly explained or even, like, alluded to. And that's absolutely because Capcom doesn't want to go into the details, which is, one, easier. So, yes, part of it is laziness. But they've also said, you know, they don't want to get too detailed with a bunch of this stuff because they want you to fill in the blanks yourself. Yeah, item collection is still kind of slow. That's fine. Not worried about it. We need mushrooms. Yep. All quests issued through the guild must be done within a certain time limit for reasons. It's not to arbitrarily make the game more difficult. Wink. But again, that's an interesting thing because this game offers you an alternative, or at least the beginning of an alternative. Which, you know, the expeditions, which again it is the best. Like, that is my favorite mechanic in any of these games, and this is where it's first introduced. The idea that you're not locked into always selecting every outing from a menu, you know, having to pay a contract fee and go out there with a timer, and even when it's just a gathering quest with literally no objectives, you still have to turn in a ticket to go home. I'm not going to be fighting anything. Why did I even grab those? And I have a feeling that some of my favorites are always going to be the ones that give you that freeform option. And that leads me to my wild-ass theory, having now seen, you know, the info coming in about Rise, and now that we've seen, like, actual gameplay demo and stuff like that from TGS, which, boy, if you haven't watched those streams, do that. They're real good. Wait, am I supposed to be getting... What am I supposed to be collecting right now? Unique. Okay, so this is literally just gathering. They don't start you out with, Well, you guys are fast. Anyway, they're not starting you out with get ripened mushrooms, which you can only get once the Alteroth eat a mushroom, and then you break the Alteroth open. But Rise, and the concept of expeditions and how much they were massively expanded in world, and how I think Rise is going to take it even another step further. So Try was the first instance of this. You can just go out onto the island whenever you feel like, and if you kill small monsters and you know, gather stuff, and if you want to turn it in, you can. They're also doing a lot in this game about making gathering points a lot more visually obvious, not just the button prompt when you get close, but like from far away. Part of it is because this is so washed out, and I don't know how to fix that with a Wii. I think it's because the Wii wasn't meant to work over HDMI. But like even when all of this is just sort of a black mess, I can still kind of pick out like, oh, there's a thing over here. And then I get over there and I get an item prompt. You know, like this plant is extremely different from anything else in this area. It's very obvious without making it literally like a giant glowing quest marker. Part of it is also that I know these maps, but there don't appear to be any mushrooms, so let's go over... Where else can I get mushrooms? There aren't actually a lot of places to get mushrooms on this map. How many do I need? And how many do I have? Ugh. I only got one. That kind of sucks. Anyway, expeditions. So, Try was the first to introduce these. Oh, you can guard from just neutral. That's nice. Where are the dang mushrooms? Oh, area 2. I didn't even check 2. 2 always has, like, a couple of gathering points. But as far as, like, the expedition goes as a game mechanic, one, I think it's fucking brilliant for new players, because it gives you this open-ended, you know, low-pressure environment to just figure things out and play the game. Dragon Toadstool? I don't want or need that. I will fuck up all these stupid Alteroths, though. Or at least I'm gonna try. With my terrible, terrible weapon. Oh my god, I can't finish this stupid combo. Alright. Let me get some ripened. Oh, monster fluid. I'll take that. I don't know why. I'm not gonna be playing this for very long, but... Yeah, ripen is good. I don't care about paintballs. I'm gonna make some judgment calls here. So I think the expedition is brilliant if this is your first game. It gives you the perfect opportunity to just wander around without time limits, without consequences, to just gather stuff, play around with the weapon, adding the, resource points and turning in your hunts when they are completely open-ended, I think is brilliant. Because at that point, it's not just that it's good for a new player, but it's also good for a player who's been going for a while and is, maybe kind of bored, wants to play the game. They've got like an hour or two to kill, and they want to play, but like they don't have anything in particular they're working on at the moment, or they don't quite have it in them to go try, whatever the next quest is. You work your way up to like Bracky or something, and it's like, oh my god, I just can't with him right now, but I do still feel like playing the game. I'm just going to wander around the island for a while and just kill stuff. Get resource points, it helps the farm, blah, blah, blah. And I think that's fantastic because it keeps you playing the game, which is good because it means you're continuing to practice. Yeah, I really don't care. Oh my god. I mean, if you guys want me to murder a lot of you, I will. But, we could do this peacefully. Alright, let's go see if the stuff in Area 4 is respawned. So I think overall, like, expeditions are just a really great way to do it. It is a completely free-form experience, which is a breath of fresh air in a game that is... in a franchise that is frequently bogged down in just menus upon menus upon menus and constraints and like arbitrary, difficulty walls. And I'm not even talking about like, monster scaling or the clunkiness of the weapons. It's just, you want to do a thing. Most things that you want to do are usually buried behind like 3 different menus. So it's really cool having an alternative to something like the Paw Pass, gathering quest. You can just go run around for as long as you want. And honestly, I love just like being in these environments. Like even in shitty old low res, this is gorgeous. And the music is always good. And it's just like, it's just nice. If I'm bored, I'll just wander around. And if I encounter, like a Kurupeko or something, yeah, I'll fuck them up. I could always use more strange beaks, but like, that wasn't really my goal. I just kind of wanted to wander around, get some honey, make some potions, or, get some more raw meat, and just kind of like enjoy this environment. Are there any in 5? I feel like I'm missing something, because it doesn't look like anything's respawning. Oh wait, yes it is. So, I haven't touched 4 yet. It's actually the only one I haven't played any of. At this point, and not counting the spin-offs, I finally got around to booting up stories just to make sure it would run, because I'm also going to be doing that off an emulator, because I don't have a 3DS, and I just cannot play video games on my cell phone. I won't do it. I can't do it. Like, I can't even do actual mobile games on my phone anymore. I just can't. But I booted that up. So not counting like spin-offs and stuff. For You, because I'm gonna skip 4. What's the point? Is the only like main series game that I haven't spent more than just like 5 minutes with, just to kind of get through the intro and make sure I've got the emulator spec'd right. Which, boy, Citra is a beast. You gotta do a lot of stuff on the back end to get Citra running things nicely. But the trade-off is that it's gonna run well and it's gonna be in HD, which is really cool. It looks really nice. It might not be running perfectly smoothly, but it is at least gonna look pretty. But as I understand it, that whole thing being a long diversion, here we go. We're good to go. Let's head back. I'm gonna go back to camp though, not town. As I understand it, the end game of For You was the Everwood, which is, I believe, like a procedurally generated random map with random enemies on it, which that's really cool. I love the idea that there might be sort of a roguelike element in like any sort of Monster Hunter, especially if that's like your end game. That seems really fun. I bet I'm gonna enjoy the fuck out of that. But what it goes to demonstrate, because of course expeditions then became like a staple of World, and then the end game for Iceborne is the Guiding Lance, which is just an endless expedition with like actually good quest rewards. And I'm kind of basing this off the idea of something I have heard. I haven't seen like the actual quote myself. Oh, interesting. We got multiple subquests. That's cool. I think that goes away in 3U. Having multiple subquests. Well, what? Why? Why would these be your rewards? You can't keep any of these. What's the point? Ugh. Okay. But I have heard, and actually I can tell you, there was a video that RX did about 7-8 months ago, and it was just a conversation between him, Chris from Team Darkside, and Josh from Ridge Gaming, and they were just talking about what they want to see in the next Monster Hunter. And I was watching that again, you know, just before all of the Rise info started coming out, just to kind of like get another idea, because it has been the conversation for like the last month and a half in pretty much all Monster Hunter communities. What do you think the next game is going to be about? What do you think is going to be in it? What are we going to keep? What are we going to lose? What's coming back from older games? You know, what crazy new shit are they going to come up with? So I was watching that video again pretty recently. Oh, it's nighttime now. Yeah, monsters and the rules working against them. The thing is... God, she's so delightful. She's so good. Okay, so this is the one that I want to get done before we move on. But in the interest of me continuing to blather on about my thoughts about this, we'll do, I'm not going to do that. Although in this one, I was very pleased to see that the summoning, actually, you know what? No, because I have no way of testing that. At least in 3U, bait now works like it does in, say, Generations Ultimate, which is if you have golden fish bait and you go to an area and use that golden fish bait, all the fish that are there will go away. And then the only fish that will spawn will be golden fish. As opposed to something like World, where the bait just means that is the only kind of fish that will eat the bait. So if there aren't any of those fish in that area, go find the area where they spawn. Okay. Okay, so that's a gathering one. This is the one where Laggy's going to show up. So that's the last one we're going to do. I'm going to skip this one because I'm not bothering. Fishing always sucks until World. That's kind of fun. Still just tedious, but, you know, less annoying. So we'll do some... here's what we'll do. I've got some cash monies now. Yeah, this fucking kid. Hey, kid! This is my house! Why are you in my house? Future alpha male? Oh my god! Hang on. Is that foreshadowing? Hold the fucking phone. Is that foreshadowing for like Amatsu or something? Or no, who's the one? Cadus, right? All right, go away. I've given you your hint about what the end game's gonna be. The moon. What? Anyway. No item presets yet, unfortunately. That's not a thing in 3U either. I don't believe it's, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not a thing in P3rd. Which, you know, is a bummer, but it's fine. It's not like a huge deal. You can register equipment sets, but we've been able to do that at least since Freedom Unite. I don't know if I even bothered in the original. All right, let's go smack some Kelbies. But okay, so in that video, Josh mentioned that there was an interview wherein like Tsujimoto and Fujioka were saying that World and Iceborne is the closest thus far they've been able to get to like the vision they have in their head of what Monster Hunter is supposed to be. This is, you know, the tech is finally to the point, their coding is finally to the point. This is like, World is the closest they've been able to get to what they originally envisioned for this franchise. And one, I thought that was fucking great to hear because I'd never heard that before. And oh god damn it, I was gonna do Greatsword. Shit. I'll do it on the next one. Because I want to see how the Greatsword controls with the stick or with the motion nonsense. Kelbies are usually in area 1. But so the way I'm interpreting that, especially now that I've seen like Rise in terms of gameplay, which of course it was just, you know, that we're not even talking about like a demo. That was literally just the tech that they had available to show off. So, you know, don't even interpret it as like this is what a quest is actually going to function like. But what I thought was really interesting was what they were showing off while they, I think it was, I can't remember what it looked like when they were doing the longsword gameplay after the translator left. Ow, no, come on. Hey, knock it off. Interesting. Is it actually dead? Zenny, shut the fuck up. Interesting. Alright, now that is fascinating. You actually kill the Kelbies in this one. Oh! Maybe you don't always kill the Kelbies. Okay, so it looks like... Okay. So we kind of got a similar thing going on in this one as we do to World. Which is that you can stun them to get the horn, or you can full-blown kill them. Okay, well in that case, I'm just going to stick with blunt damage, because I just need horns. Interesting. Because in 3U, you can't kill them. As far as I can tell. Like, no matter what you hit them... Well, then again, I've only been playing 3U with a blunt weapon. It's possible. I'll have to check that out. I only, like, just made an SNS in 3U after doing an arena fight, which I thought was... Oh, man. Are arena fights actually not terrible in 3rd generation? That would be a refreshing change of pace. Alright, we need one more. One more before we can leave. There should be some up in 7. But, so what I thought was interesting about the gameplay that they showed, because during the first half when they were going after Tetranodon, and they still had the translator, he was saying that there was a UI element in the, like, sort of top left-ish, just sort of on the left side of the screen, really. Interesting. Just straight up kill him. Or just bash him. And he was saying that that was just an indicator that the target monster had not yet been slain. So, what's interesting about that to me is that in at least most of the older games, I'm not 100% off the top of my head if this is a thing in GU or not. Hold up. Oh, okay. Subquest A was just to take down 5 of them in the process. Cool. But, so at least in World, the only time you actually get, like, sort of a persistent UI element that tells you what you're supposed to be doing is when you're on a capture quest. And that's so you have a constant reminder, hey, this is a capture, don't accidentally kill the thing, stupid. I don't even think that's a thing in GU. Because I have done some hunts where people just absolutely went to town and then were surprised that they failed because they killed the thing when it was a capture. But based on what he was saying, like, so in World at least, that UI element will actually tell you this is a capture quest. Your goal is to capture, like, this one thing, and it will tell you whether or not that one thing has been captured. In the gameplay they showed, all that UI element translated to was the name of the monster, and that's kind of what threw me off at first because I was thinking it was something else. But Tetranodon has a different name in Japanese. But all it is just a 0 of 1, and then the name of the monster. And how they translated that based on what they were saying is that just indicates that the monster has not yet been slain. So I thought it was really fascinating that they would have a persistent UI element for a slay, because that's just kind of, that should just sort of be your default, is, yeah, go kill the thing. Why would you have a UI element telling you whether or not the thing had been killed if that's just kind of the assumption of what you're doing? As soon as you kill the thing, the quest is going to end. That's how you know you've done it. Unless the way they're going to do this is that once you kill the thing, the quest doesn't end. Like, maybe a lot more questing is going to be sort of this free-form expedition style. I don't, there's literally no way they're going to get rid of timers entirely, because that is perhaps the largest arbitrary difficulty increase, in just the way this game functions. Quests are marked as harder and give you better rewards if the timer in which you have to complete them is shorter. Like, it's arbitrary, yes, but it is a legitimate difficulty increase that I don't think they'll ever, sacrifice. I mean, think of all the, like, siege mechanics based on having a shortened timer or a DPS check tied to a timer, like Kulve Taroth or something. So I don't think they're going to get rid of it entirely, but I could see them leaning more towards having at least a type of quest that, maybe that's going to be like the new bounty system before I accept this. Greatsword. I want to check out the Greatsword with motion controls. So I'm wondering if maybe that's like a new kind of quest, or potentially what I'm spitballing here is that this rampage they keep talking about is going to be something more of like a free-form expedition style hunt-a-thon, where we're probably just going to be given a list of targets and you just need to take care of all of them, within like a certain amount of time or something like that. Or like before you're allowed to go back to town or, you know, whatever. And that the maps are going to be a lot more like in flux. It's going to be much more like an expedition in World where monsters are constantly coming in and out. Let's do this one first. Let's actually try to kill something with a greatsword. See how that goes. But that's just me kind of spitballing based on like it seems to me like they are slowly honing in on a good expedition style mechanic. You know, it started with this where it's very open-ended, and you know, more monsters will start showing up on the deserted island as you encounter them through your low rank quests. Like at first when you go out on an expedition, there's nothing. And then you take down a Grey Jaggy, and now Grey Jaggies start to show up. And then you take down a Kurupeko, and then Kurupekos start to show up. You know, etc. I didn't mean to grab that. And then, you know, in World, it works much the same way. You can go out on an expedition to any area you've been to, but how do you do a charged slash? Oh my god. Alright, that's the slap. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's right. The old ones were like... There was like a timer or something, wasn't it? Oh. Oh. Okay. So there is like a timer thing. Maybe it's up. Okay. That's fun. No fucking way would I want to play the game like that, but that's kind of fun. Apologies if I hit the mic stand in the process, but I got to try this out. Yeah, see, I didn't get the timing on that. Yeah, alright. Alright. Oh, okay. I think it's that I'm getting the release and the downward thing wrong. Or maybe it's that I'm assuming I gotta... No? Huh. There it is. Okay, so it's actually really quick. That one up. So it's actually like right after you hit the third level. We can guard. We can kick. I just have to kill a number of them, don't I? No, it is Jagia, right? 5 Jagia. Okay. So yeah, I'm wondering, like, it definitely looks like we're gonna have, you know, freeform expeditions again, because I think that's kind of a hallmark of what a lot of people are kind of getting upset about, which is Oh! If you keep it pointed up... No. What if I do this? Alright, my spin. Is a side move. That's not bad. It's a pretty good combo. It's only 2 levels of charge. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, never mind, it's 3. But the first is like instant, kinda. God, what a fucking weird way to play this. Alright, is it just that you hold left to do an upswing? Yeah, okay. So tilt to the left to do a side, tilt to the right to do an up. Like that. That's fine. I'm not wasting my time with you idiots. I don't know. Greatsword seems like it's a little more conducive to the motion controls because your gameplay is kind of slowed down. It's much more tactical. And your controls are a lot more about holding in a certain position rather than furiously jiggling. So this is accomplishing pretty much nothing. You know, it's fine. Do it again. Huh. Whatever. I really don't care. I'm just kind of I'm just a tourist here. I'm just sort of getting a sampler, and then I'm gonna move on because there's absolutely no way I'm actually playing the game like this. Not on your life. The thought of going up against Laggy with this nonsense. Sucks. Oh my god. Yikes. No, thank you. I mean, the good news is Greatsword kind of has that similar thing, which is that a lot of stuff that would just kind of trip you with other weapons, like as long as you're locked into one of your long-ass attack animations, you're just gonna take the damage and continue doing what you're doing, which is really nice. It can get you killed if you're not careful, but at least your actions aren't constantly interrupted. You know, there are a lot of like just sort of chip damage, low damage moves that will hit you like while you're doing hunting horn like recitals and stuff that I feel like in GU would knock you out of it. They're not doing like a ton of damage, but it's just enough to just like interrupt you. you know, or in World, it really doesn't take much to interrupt hunting horn stuff, which is why Rocksteady is so goddamn just critical. But again, it's that same thing. You're just going to continue doing what you're doing and take the damage. You need to be careful because that will get you killed if you're not paying attention. All right. God, what else can I do? Jesus, these load times. Using a like 10-year-old DVD drive. What do I have in terms of cache? Because I want to try Hammer and Lance. God, I feel like Lance is just gonna be a shit show with motion controls. Oh boy, look at that sharpness. Yeah, that's good stuff. Yow. Oh god. Okay, let's dump whatever items we have. And then I'll go. Nothing. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Actually, you know what? I have no investment in this. Just don't. I'm not taking anything because I don't need it. I'm not in this for the long haul. I'm not even in this for like the next hour. Honestly. Well, maybe about an hour. Okay. Yeah, we can do this one just to play around. Just to play around with the hammer while I continue talking. And then I'm gonna make the lance. I'm gonna jump out into an expedition just to like kind of play around with it and see how it controls. And then we're gonna do that Epioth quest where Laggy shows up. I'm gonna try to fight Laggy. I know I can't kill him. I just want to see how it goes with the motion controls, and then we're done with try. Moving on to either Portable Third or 3U for the next one. Haven't quite figured out which one I'm gonna do first, but and I'm probably gonna bump up my schedule at least for right now, because I've got both of those games queued up for the flagship fight, and I have stopped playing both of them as a result, and I want to keep playing both of them, so I kind of just want to get those fights over with. Oh, that's a weird unsheath. Okay. Alright, so just random shaking gets you a pretty good combo. Okay, that is literally the same thing as just randomly shaking. Oh, except you come at it from the side and then the top and then that, as opposed to overhead, golf swing. And then what's this one? Same thing as pointing it in the other direction. And then how do we charge? Stop. Idiot won't stop chewing on himself. I will spray you. Get him with the no chew spray. See how you like that, dog. Okay, hammer. How do I charge? Oh, see, that's very easy. Because on other weapons, that's a guard. Ooh. You can go into a charge immediately. An unsheathed charge. That's cool. Okay. Side smash. Ground smash. Draw smash. What was the draw smash? Oh, it's just sort of an upper shot. That's so easy. Oh my god. Oh god, I get it. Miguel, if you're watching this, I get it. Hammer seems like it is the easiest with the Wiimote. Your biggest attack is hold this button and then push another button. There's no motion control to it. Oh, that's good. That's very good. That doesn't surprise me though. Hammer is Tsujimoto's weapon. It would be the one that like is just the most convenient. That makes sense. That totally checks out. But I do kind of want to see what happens with that underwater. I mean, I expect it's more or less the same thing. It's just there's something always kind of weird about how the water attacks go. Alright. So this is just some gathering in the water. And I could do some of these sharks for the subquest, but again, I don't care. Alright, I was kind of expecting that maybe they'd be like a little more aggro in this game. Like I was just kind of thinking maybe 3U was slightly dialed back from the original, but no, they don't seem to care here either. So I think we've finally hit the point, you know, just with 3rd gen in general, where they're getting the idea of like, hey, maybe everything doesn't always want to murder you. Wouldn't that be nice? I mean, he did come after me. But he wasn't, like, crazy aggro from super far away. Yeah, the fact that your combos can all be done just with button presses, and you can stun sharks. Oh, and in the water, you've got kind of a cool, like, charge launch. I'm into that. Hold it. Hold it. Come here. And bonk. That's pretty good. Man, I do like no damage though. I think I've got everything I need for this though. No, I need 2 more. Put this big dumb hammer away. Any more over here? No? And I am like very pleasantly surprised at just how generous like the oxygen meter is. You know, that's the kind of thing that if you haven't played this and you hear like there's underwater combat and yes, there is an oxygen meter, it's your immediate instinct is Monster Hunter, you fucking asshole. Like, of course there's going to be an oxygen meter. You can stay underwater for like a good, I want to say like 5 minutes. Maybe not quite that long. I did hit some bubbles. But like they're extremely generous with the placement of bubbles. You're always close enough to one to get more. There are multiple skills and multiple items that can restore your oxygen. And even just on its own, you can just sit underwater for, I want to say like at least 2 minutes without even worrying about it. You know, without either trying to pop your head back up or hitting, that's 1 and 2 different bubble spots where we could go get air. Oh, 3. 1 over there, 1 here, and 1 over there. You know, like it's really not, it's not a thing. It really feels like something where they for some reason or another decided that needed to be a point of realism when fall damage isn't. Like, I think they could have easily just gotten away with the idea of, like, your hunter just can hold their breath forever. Like, I don't think anyone would have called them on that. Instead, they went for sort of a half-hearted, like, appeal towards realism, which is you have the oxygen meter, but it's really not going to be that hard to maintain. We're going to give you every opportunity to not have this be a problem. Which I think is really cool, especially coming out of, like, Freedom Unite, and before that, you know, Freedom, or God forbid the original, where just everything you could have possibly wanted to do was the most miserable experience every step of the way. This is, you know, overall, 3rd gen is, like, not only do I feel it's when sort of that Monster Hunter style and charm and just sort of the not quite realistic enough to be believable, but not so fantastical as to just be, like, to fall into another stereotype. I think 3rd gen is when that kicks in. And when people talk about missing, like, the colorful vibrancy that the previous games used to have, it's really, like, I think mostly it's like portable 3rd. I could see it for this one. Moga is very, like, pastel colors. It's very bright and colorful. And, you know, the Deserted Island is just gorgeous. Misty Peaks is just, God, what a good map. And then, like, Valhabar, of course. That, like, the city is just completely over the top crazy. It's awesome. I think that's really what people are talking about, because even when you jump to just, like, Generations Ultimate, like, Burna's nothing to write home about. Like, yeah, there's some airships and shit in the background, but it's kind of boring. But it, you know, it does bring back some of these maps, but I think largely it's like the villages that always kind of slap you in the face with that vibrant color. People talk about missing in World, like they were going for this gritty realism. I don't think that's accurate either. Look at Astera. It's an entire, like, city made out of ships. That's bananas. And you can only get so mad at these games for all of the maps looking like green and gray and light blue. You're supposed to be out in the world. Like, I've already seen people bitching about the Shrine Ruins for Rise. Like, oh, it just looks really drab. Like, motherfucker, there's no satisfying you people. I have seen some surprising takes from people I did not expect to be graphics snobs already complaining about the graphics. And what really blew my mind was the phrase in particular that somebody was saying, looking at the Rise footage, it looks like, these are his exact words, it looks like Tri Ultimate, and that was released back in 2010. So, one, that's factually incorrect. Tri was released in 2010, and if you look at this shit I've got on the screen right now, and you compare it to the Rise footage, like, you're out of your goddamn mind. We're gonna jump ahead shortly. Are we gonna do that tonight? We're gonna go buy a lance real quick. We're gonna play around with the lance, and then we are gonna throw ourselves at Laggy and probably die very quickly with SNS. I'm just not gonna bother with bowgun. I don't care. I never play bowgun. I just don't play ranged. There's no bow in this. No nothing. They cut it back to the core 5 plus medium bowguns. What? And then promptly got rid of those again. I need to check that out in Portable 3rd. I don't know if those are in there. The heavily customized bowgun experience is very foreign to me. Like, I'm familiar with using bowgun mods, but the fact that you're essentially building the thing from, like, parts is kind of wild. Okay, so what is our unsheath? Just, yep. Shake randomly to get your triple. It's exactly the same with the button. Alright. Turn to the left to get your upswing, your up attack. Your slap is to the right. What if we do this? Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if that also works as your counter. Because, like, that is your counter stance. Oh, and you can let go of that button early or hold it. It makes no difference. It's the same duration of time. Interesting. Let's guard. Guard advance. Very cool. I mean, I know there are tons more moves in later games, but I've spent a fair amount of time with Lance and World, but by no means do I claim to be an expert. That's what I want to know. How do I get the dash? Just from nothing? Can I be sheathed? Can I just immediately... No, because that's going to use an item, right? No, that's a kick. All right, so you unsheathe, which you can't do with the A button. One button to go into the dash. That's dope. Oh, that's very good. I like that. Guard. What does this do? Yeah, it's items. Like, you don't even have to be guarding. You just push the button, and we off to the races. Oh, that's very good. Your control feels pretty good. Like, your left and right is a little sluggish, but, like, it should be. You don't want to be zooming around with this thing and, you know, go fast enough to drift. Can we reverse? Okay, that's the end. You enter the charged up state pretty quickly. Is there a second layer to it? There is not. Yeah, we got our hops. It's all back hops. Ooh. To guard advance, you need to be guarding and press A. Okay. And then this was the side slap, so a good combo would be like boop, boop, boop. Can we go into a counter to make that a little less nice? Okay. You can go pretty quick with this. Lance seems like it might be a good option. Can't reverse, though, as far as I can tell. If I do anything with the back button... No, that just takes you out of it. That's just immediately a forward attack. Yep. What if we do the button again? Does nothing. Yeah. I don't think you can reverse yet. Well, I'm interested in this though. There are two weapons we haven't like unlocked. So I wonder what else is in there. Quick hold. Yeah, okay. Dash. Doesn't say anything about changing directions. High thrust, yep. Mid thrust. Draw thrust, and sweep. I don't know. I feel like Lance could actually be pretty fun with this system. potentially. Like, I think Greatsword has some potential. But, you know, again, this is early Greatsword, so a lot of it is about doing the hit and run and just taking your charged attacks where you can get them, whereas that style has kind of started to go away. But especially now that we've got like Frostcraft and, you know, they made crit draw and punishing draw and stuff a little bit easier to get with some recent additions. That style of gameplay is kind of coming back, especially with the Elatrion fight, where it's just like, yeah, you just need to do Frostcraft, man. Go get it. Go get them. But I think Hammer is like the hands-down winner of the best way to play the game with the Wiimote. It just seems so simple and straightforward. Like, there's no motion control involved. Or there doesn't need to be, because your best attack is going to be your charge, which is just hold this button, press this button. Go for it. Alright, so we're going to do Laggy. And real quick. Well, we're not going to fight him. But we're going to do a gathering quest where Laggy is going to show up. I already know this. He cannot be killed. He is also apparently a weaker version, so he doesn't hit as hard, and he cannot be killed. Which I really wish I knew that before this morning, because I felt pretty good about myself. I thought I had fought him off to the next area when I first encountered him. I was like, Laggy doesn't seem that bad. We did battle. I forced him out of the water. I forced him back into the water. He moved to the next area. I didn't die. Whatever, man. He seems way cooler when he's in the water. But, like, he ain't that hard. Fuck him. Well, apparently, that's an easier version. And also, you couldn't have fought him to the next area because he's not taking damage. Okay, so the Moga Sweetheart. Once we encounter Laggy, I have a whole rant that I need to go on. But I do want to go ahead and talk about the Moga Sweetheart right now. This character they've invented is the template for characters that players will love and hate for like the next... When did this game come out? 2010? Let me check my own notes on the screen. Yeah, 2010. She is the template for your like companion character for the next 10 years. Like, the Moga Sweetheart is the Guild Marm, is the Publass. She is also the Handler. She's all three of them rolled into one, and she's great. Yep. I know how to Monster Hunter. Thank you. Also, you've told me all this before. I'm good. Okay, so we're gonna... No, I don't even care about that. Here's what I want to do. I want to run up to area 10, kill some Epioths until Laggy shows up. I want to get the monster guts out of the way. I want to get that part done so that we can just go get him. Well, so that we can encounter him, maybe slap him around a bit, probably get slapped around. And then, you know, I'm approaching this the same way I did when I first did it in 3U, which is if he carts me, that's just an instant trip back to camp. I'm not worried about it. But I do just kind of want to trade blows with the motion controls underwater. Just to say that I've experienced it, and while I don't think it's actually that bad, it's certainly not my preference. You know, I don't think it ruins the game, but if I had the choice between the two, I would rather not fight underwater. They handle it a hell of a lot better than I was expecting. Just given, you know, Monster Hunter's history with weird controls and, like, especially bad camera controls and really bizarre, like, attack controls. I mean, this very game still has the claw hand with right stick attacking if you're using a classic controller. There's an Epioth. Yeah, and that's the other thing. They intentionally not many spawn in the area where he is not. Oh, is that like an opening where he comes out of? These are ruins. I mean, it is the deserted island. Presumably it was deserted by someone. Yeah, see, that is honestly my biggest gripe with the water combat, is that I frequently like to just leave the camera in place and use the stick to get around. But in this one, you know, if you're moving in any direction other than directly forward with the stick while underwater, it's now also adjusting like your altitude, you know, in ways that you maybe weren't planning on it to. And that's honestly, I think that's like the only thing that kind of bothers me about the water combat. It's a little slow, it's a little sluggish, but the trade-off for that is it's a little more forgiving in terms of what actually deals damage and like how far out of the way, like the hitboxes feel broken, but they feel broken in your favor, as opposed to like it's almost like the hitboxes underwater are a little too small as opposed to a little too large. Because they can actually like clip you just the tiniest bit and it doesn't actually hit you and deal damage. It just kind of pushes you out of the way, you know, or something that looks like it should actually do some damage just does like a little chip. So yeah, it's a little clunky, but I feel like it's actually a little more forgiving overall. There are some monsters that are absolutely just the fucking worst. But I don't think that's because of the water combat. I think that's because that monster just sucks. Like Gobule, whatever you want to call him. The spiny guy. Oh yeah, here's our requisite thing that happens in literally every Monster Hunter. No, he's too strong. Don't do it. He's too strong. See Rathalos, Anjanath, Laggy, Zinogre. I just want the guts. Give me the guts. Ooh! Oh, he hit real hard. Okay. I don't know if I like took any super big hits from him while I was actually trying to fight him, thinking like I could fight him. So it's possible he just didn't get me with like a real big hit. But that definitely seems like he's hitting harder than he was in 3U. Like I didn't get clipped by anything like that. I got some of his little like side swipes and, you know, like a little twist move. Yeah, like that thing. That thing annoys me because it always gets me, but it doesn't hit that bad. It doesn't hit super hard. That looks like it sucks. But that's also one of those things where like you can be on the edge of that hitbox and it's just gonna kinda like give you sort of a, you know, wind pressure stun animation. Also, Laggy's music is really, really great. Which then just sort of becomes, yeah, see? Like, so that's a pretty busted hitbox there. But it didn't do any damage. None whatsoever. I want him to just kill these Epioths so that I don't have to bother. Because I think I am going to try to fight him until he carts me, but I want to get the monster guts first, so that once I'm back at camp, I can just turn it in and be done. Am I out of range? Cool. All right, I want to get these. No, he's just not. He just doesn't care. I'm still aggroed. Which, that is one of my favorite NCH jokes. It's in the, yeah, now he's going to sleep. He got bored. I think it's just to, like, make you feel better about your first encounter with him if you do actually try to fight him. That he just kind of gets bored and stops. But, you know, in his differences between World and Iceborne, or differences after Iceborne, I guess is the title. What the hell is going on? I am not getting any monster guts. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well, it's fine. We're gonna stop playing after this. Oh, I've gotten 2 already. Okay, cool. Well, I just want to go get 1, and then we're gonna do Glorious Battle with Laggy, with literally the starting weapon and armor. Until he carts me, and then I'm gonna take my free ride back to camp. Yeah, here we go. But see, like, I haven't been around bubbles for like a minute. I don't even mean that literally. I mean that in the figurative way I always say it. I think it's been like 2 minutes since I touched an air pocket. And I could have gone for at least another minute. Oh, there he is. Like, I will say this. Laggy looks super spooky in the water. I never understood the fan base for Laggy. Everybody talks about, like, not the Leviathans, you know, not making it to World because they had a weird, everybody thought it was like a skeleton issue. It's actually an issue with how they clip with the ground. And because World goes so much even heavier on, like, the, you know, three-dimensional terrain, like slopes and stuff are so much more important. The way that the Leviathans are kind of, you see, like, that's just sort of a wind pressure thing, and it's not even a super long, like, you're out of commission. It just sort of pushes you. You know, they could have been really shitty with what lightning does to you in the water. Like, they could have given that a really big, ridiculous hitbox because it's lightning in water. See? Like, I just barely kind of clipped him there. Or he barely clipped me, however you want to look at it. Take my cart. Thank you. But that one, like, as long as you don't touch his mouth in that attack, you're not going to take damage from it. It just sort of pushes you back like a wind pressure thing. Yeah, wow. Absolutely not would I want to do that fight both underwater and with motion controls. Because what we're going to do now, I think, it's 9:30. I've only been going for 3 hours. Yeah. You know what we're going to do now is we're going to jump ahead to 3U. And this might kick my ass. Because it's entirely possible. I might not get this on the first run, but I am only going to give it 1 attempt before I call it. But we're going to go ahead and jump into 3U where I have the real Laggy fight queued up. And we're going to give that a shot. But yeah, I mean, motion controls, it's kind of a weird... I'll save my Laggy rant. As we get going on this. That actually might be a good excuse because I'm going to have to switch overlays and get CEMU booted up. Okay, that unlocks the fishing boat and blah blah blah. Can I skip this? Of course not. There are no unskippable cutscenes. There are no skippable cutscenes in Monster Hunter. Except for in stories? I booted that up just to, like, see if it would run, and you can skip cutscenes in stories. Amazing. Thank you. Yeah, let's go ahead and save. And we're going to kill this, which is good news because it means I can finally get the Wii out of my office. Which means I can bring the PS4 back in here and start streaming World again. Because I only have cables and stuff set aside for one console. I'm not going to stack this place up with a bunch of them. Because right now I've got my Wii, and then I've got a little portable dock for my Switch sitting on top of that. But that's all we're going to do for original try. I tried the motion controls. They're weird. Some weapons are decidedly better than others. As usual, you can figure out who's playing favorites based on which weapons are easier to use and which of those weapons might happen to be the favorite / the literal only weapon choice of the lead producer, who is also the brother of the president and son of the CEO of Capcom. So maybe it's not super surprising that that's gonna be the weapon that's, you know, pretty convenient and nice to use. Maybe it's not surprising that that's the weapon that got the biggest, craziest boost from the Clutch Claw. Who knows, man? Maybe I'm biased. Oh boy. fucking Tsujimoto. Love that guy. All right. Cool. All right, so I got this going. I'm gonna switch the TV over. That's just for me. Okay. All right, so actually what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to take a real quick break. Use restroom, let the dogs run outside. And when we get back, we're going to jump into 3U. I'm going to have some things to say about the name Lagiacrus. Lagiacrus. I will justify my stance when I get back. But we'll make an attempt at Laggy. I thought it was gonna be a pushover. I didn't realize that he is both weaker in that fight and also unkillable. So actually, I don't know how the real fight's gonna go. It could go real bad. Who knows? But we'll find out when we get back. I'm gonna take a short intermission. Yeah. That's just frozen in time now. Which is fine. Because it's apparently taking a second for OBS to recognize that I've got 3U running. But that's fine. So, real fast, you're going to see OBS, because we're going to do this. Oh god, infinity. Don't be alarmed. I'm going to hide it. In fact, I'm just going to... There we go. You can no longer see infinity. Okay. So a quick diversion on the subject of laggy. I want you to see down here, we're set to Japanese. Okay. There is no L in Japanese. Most people who have ever heard a bad racist accent will be aware of that. But we are going to type in Lagiacrus as it is spelled in the katakana for the game. It's this. And the point is, make this really big. Okay? Really, really big. Okay? R-A. Yep. G-I. A. K. There's no C. Don't worry about it. Ku. Du. S. U. Okay. And if you look it up, if you get on like the wiki or something, this is how it is written in the game. Right? That transliterates to... Okay. Gi with a G. Lagiacrus Su with an S. All right. Now, if we were to do it the way I've heard it pronounced, which is more like this, or transliterated, that would be this. Lagiacruz. I want you to see how that would look. Okay. R-A. All right. Now, if you want to make the hard G sound in Japanese, that's this character. That's gi. Gi. This is G. It's a very different symbol. And then if you want to make a Z sound, not an S sound, Z, that's this. Unfortunately, it is going to do this thing, so let me just real quick switch this over to all Katakana. Yep. Here. I don't know what just happened. Give me a second. There. That is how that would be transliterated. This one, this. This one with this. Okay? But this is how it's written in the game. This is not how it's written in the game. The correct pronunciation is Lagiacrus, not Legiacruz. And while we're on the subject, let me, God, oh God. Give me just a second. I'm gonna turn this off while I pull up. I have some stuff set aside because while I'm sure no one cares about this argument but me, I care about it a lot. So I've actually put together evidence. Okay. But I need to turn it off while I'm browsing things because there are some other files that I forgot to put away before starting the stream. Okay. So, just for starters, let me turn this back on. All right, we got the infinity again. But this was my point. This is how it's translated. All right? You can see right here. All right? This is wrong. This is wrong. And it's not like an issue of like pronunciation. I feel like the immediate response would be like, well, you say Alatreon wrong. Because in the official dub and like the presentation and the stuff in the game, they all say Alatreon, okay, not Alatreon. That's fair, but that is an emphasis issue, and there is no emphasis in Japanese. That's the first thing they will teach you when you're learning the language is we don't emphasize syllables. You say everything flatly. So Alatreon versus Alatreon is purely a translation pronunciation thing. It's not like there is no truly right or wrong answer there. You're just putting the accent on a different vowel. This is two completely different letters. Okay? And to prove my point, this is this is how it's translated. This one, not this one. All right. And while we're going down this path, I have some shit to say about Tigrex, because it's Tigrex. Tigrex, not Tigrex. It's not Tigrex, it's Tigrex. I will accept Tigrex. That's a pronunciation thing, like Alatreon versus Alatreon. I'll let that one go. Tigrex is acceptable. It sure shit ain't Tigrex, because these two symbols, that in Japanese, there actually is no TI. That's not a sound. In fact, if you type it in, it immediately translates to chi, as in CHI, because that's not a thing. That symbol is te. T-E. To get the TI, you actually have to do little I. And that's how it's always written. Like in the example of Tifa Lockhart. I don't see nobody claiming her name is Tifa. Argument over. It's Lagiacrus. Say it right. It's Tigrex. Say it right. Like an idiot, and then I remembered that I was on a different deck for that. So you got all of my shitty audio for sure. No question there. Everyone heard me. Well, everyone. No one's watching. Give me a second. I gotta fix my inputs here. Because unfortunately, I turned on the controller after. So, you'll give me just a moment. This might get it done. There it is. All right, cool. Back to full screen. All right, sorry about that. I always use the Steam controller, which means you have to boot up emulators through Steam to get it to work, and some emulators are more cooperative than others. CEMU likes to get really picky about controller inputs. Sometimes it'll even just drop them for no reason, and you have to like basically reset it. But one, look how fucking gorgeous this is. We are now playing the Wii U version of 3U. So for starters, there are some important changes to the game, apart from just the fact that it looks gorgeous. But one, we can now go to Port Tanzia whenever we want. When we talk to Neko, if you've played GU, you'll recognize him. He is the Palico of the Argosy captain, and this one has like, I'll you know what? I'll give it to you, old timers. This is the real Argosy captain, not that crusty guy who shows up in World. I don't know what his deal is. The actual Argosy captain is like this really tall Wyverian dude who uses a longsword because he's a weeb. That's kind of the running gag about the Argosy, is that they're Japanese, and they will try to teach you Japanese phrases by having characters named Neko, in parentheses, means cat. The Argosy captain actually uses a lot of Japanese phrases, which is kind of cute. But yeah, we have jumped substantially ahead. Itinerant cook. The bistro is a huge change that I love in this one. No longer do you have a cat living in your house. I've already done all of the village quests that I can do up to this point. My apologies for not. We've got Arzuros. Love Arzuros. He's one of my favorites. My apologies for not capturing my first run at Kurupeko, a fantastic monster. I'll be honest, I started playing P3rd like ahead of schedule because someone in our Discord was playing it, and she was having a lot of trouble with Kurupeko despite being like, you know, HR 500, 600 something in GU. She definitely carries herself like a pro, but she was saying she was having a lot of trouble with the fight. Which I assume actually means she did it like twice and it was vaguely annoying, so she rage quit. But I was like, I gotta see what's going on with this, because I had only heard like stories of Kurupeko. I'd never encountered the thing. We've got all of our weapons back, all of them, even the switch axe, especially the hunting horn. I haven't made this one yet because I don't see the point. Poison's not like your best status option to begin with, and status and element are never as good on slow weapons, so I started making some of the armor for him. It does look cool. I've made a bunch of pieces of it in P3rd because as we'll see, not this time, next time when we boot this up, and I should go ahead and I need to update. Oh, interesting. Interesting. This is the first time I've encountered this. We actually can't select 3U as a game through Twitch. So we're going to call it 3G. It's not actually 3G. It's 3U, the HD version, but it's fine. What's funny, though, is that the HD version of Portable Third is in the list, but not 3U. What? That's really weird. Anyway. Got that updated so nobody hops in here and yells at me for playing the wrong game like they did with DOS. Oh my god. But the Gigi armor is way better in there are a lot of weird changes between 3 and Portable 3 that, like, I don't think you'd even notice if you weren't playing them side by side like I am. But like Portable 3rd being the easy one is literally the only game in the series where, you know what, I'll grant you that. It is, in fact, a slightly dumbed down version that is a little bit easier, definitely more approachable. Incidentally, that makes it super fun. They give you a lot more stuff just right out the gate, but also there are tweaks that do, in fact, make the game easier beyond, I suspect, reduced health numbers for the monsters. I'm not 100% about that. What I am sure of is that there are skill changes in the armor and weapons. And that's wild to me. But it does prove something incredibly important, which is that everyone who says they dumbed down the game for Americans is completely full of shit, because P3rd was only released in Japan. It was also their best-selling game until World. Best-selling Monster Hunter game, I should specify. And considering it was only released in Japan, it's arguable that the numbers should have been comparable had they released them simultaneously. So yeah, laggy. We're up to laggy. I'm gonna try this first run. There we go. Sorry. I'm gonna try it with Hunting Horn. Ooh, we got some negative thunder on there. I'm not keen on that. Oh no, I never updated that set. Whoops. All right, we gotta. Okay, we gotta just like start over here. Do I want to do Sandpipe? Yeah, I want to do Sandpipe because it's got some stuff that's gonna be important. That. We need that. And we need that. No, we don't. What? I'm confusing myself. We need Baroth, Greaves, and the chests. I never made the Baroth chest, so we're going to be taking Jaggy. Which is not as much defense, but we should be alright. Double check my decorations. We finally got a deco and skill system that looks quite a lot like GU, which very happy about that. It makes double checking like the stuff you have equipped and things like that a hell of a lot easier. Oh, that's another thing. I gotta switch my talisman because I've got one so far that has a deco slot. I have not gotten anything that actually has good skills, but I do have one that has a deco slot. So I need that. Oh, I just messed up all my decorations by wearing that stupid garbage. Wait, why am I wearing... Ugh. Okay. Are we good? We're good. I know I'm missing one, but it doesn't matter because it's just going to give us attack 11, so it's like... That's nothing. That's not anything. So yeah, I could do Great Bagpipe for like this. It's just gonna be kind of wasted because oh, huge change. This isn't actually a change from 3U. It's a change from P3rd because we are now also jumping one game. We're leapfrogging one game chronologically, but mostly I just want to do laggy tonight, so that we've got like a consistent thing for. We're doing 3U from here on out. But next stream, I am going to jump back and do P3rd for a while so we can do Zinogre. And P3rd is where I'm going to talk more about a lot of the big changes because a lot of the all of the changes in every weapon other than the core 5 didn't actually come from the jump from 3 to 3U. They came from the jump from 3 to P third. And then those changes were then adopted for the expansion version in 3U. I think I'm good now. I just need to overwrite this set. Yikes. Yeah, got 1 thunder res, but it's better than nothing. It's better than negative for sure. And if this goes bad, I'm probably gonna switch to SNS, because I've actually got a pretty decent fire SNS, and I can, if I don't need Maestro, then I can actually make a set that has like some decent thunder res. And I'm not sure. I'm trying to look at it. Give me just a second. I need to check something. I don't know if that's actually coming through in the capture or not. But on the TV in front of me, I've got this like this weird line about a quarter of the way up the screen where it's like not refreshing at the same rate. It's hard to describe. It doesn't look like it's coming through on the capture. I was kind of curious about that. Anyway, let's go see if we can beat up Laggy. We might not be able to. It's entirely possible. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. So the canteen is such a massive change. We didn't get that far with try, so I'm not 100% sure. No, actually, you know what? It has to be. Yes. This is either something that was introduced in try or it was introduced in 3U, because it does not work this way in portable third. But the fact that we finally have a canteen that is just out in town, and more importantly, it's literally the same counter as the quest counter, is so good. You know what? Before I do this, I should probably get the items I need, huh? Oof. Old Monster Hunter. Making you actually prepare for shit ahead of time. I don't like it. What do we actually got right now? Don't need that. Do need that. Probably not gonna bother. I also don't think I'm gonna mess with like I think in other circumstances, if I was going up against something I know is going to be particularly hard, I would probably take regular potions. Oh no. Oh no. My mic has gone flaccid. That's fine. I need to tighten these bolts, because I twist it right there too often. If I was going up against something I knew was going to be particularly hard, I'd take like potions and honey to potentially, and probably some combo books to make some more like on the way. But I think pretty quickly here it's going to be obvious whether or not this is going to go well. And if it's going to go bad, I don't want to waste a bunch of extra stuff, because I'm just going to come back later with SNS. And lay the smack down with some elemental damage. If we can do a cap, though, I would be into that. I don't think I have. Oh, I do. Okay. I think that's about as prepared as I can get. And I did already eat, so let's go get them. Oh, this is the rappel quest. Oh, I don't even have to kill him. Okay, so this is what Miguel was talking about. See, I had been told that there was a fairly early rappel quest. I don't know if I would call this fairly early. I'm like 20 hours deep. I don't want to commit that hard to try. Like there's no way I'm playing with motion controls for 20 hours. That's insane. It's not even the time of reckoning. I'm not even supposed to kill him. It's just a rappel. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I do need to change something real fast, though. Give me 1 second. Because this is going to be a fight that requires a fair amount of water combat. And I had adjusted some stuff. There we go. In my controls. Because the way the Steam controller is laid out, if you've never used one of these things, I'm a big fan. No one else seems to be, though. But you've got one stick and 2 touchpads. It's basically designed to play PC games, including PC games that are explicitly meant for mouse and keyboard with just a controller. But the issue, let me get that real close, is that I have special decals on mine, obviously, but the face buttons are exceedingly close to the right touchpad. So when you do your X and A attack, your top face button and your right face button, I have a very bad tendency for my thumb to just barely tap that, and it moves the camera. And depending on like where you tap it, you might adjust the camera up. Yeah. Now I could probably fix that with just adjusting the dead zone on it in Steam controls, which flash bombs, really? Do flash bombs work on him? We're gonna be underwater. Is that even a thing? You know what, now that I'm thinking about it, I do want to adjust that real quick. But the point is, I had turned off up and down because I got so used to it on PSP of just keeping the up and down on the actual D-pad and then having my faked right stick only control the left and right so that I wouldn't accidentally like hit the up and down, because that adjusts the complete like angle. You know what? I don't know. I don't want any overlap. And the dead zone refers to the center. Yeah, I don't know if I can. I think it would require some effort to actually make a dead zone on the outside, and I'm not going to do that right now. We'll just try to be careful with it. And like, yeah, the camera moves really, really fast. Oh, really? Really? We're going to start on land. I like it. So, thoughts on Laggy? God, he looks great. Thoughts on Laggy from someone who first encountered him in GU, where there is no swimming. Who first encountered, you know, all of these monsters. All of these Leviathan monsters that belong in the water. Where's my game audio? Kind of low. Yeah, that's fine. So obviously, like my first encounter with laggy was him not really in his element. See, I'm already doing it. Adjusting the camera height when I don't mean to. I also should have pre-buffed, because I'm a dingus. Yeah, go after Cha-Cha. Oh, go after me. That move always gets me. Every Leviathan that does it, that move always fucking gets me. Because I'm an idiot. Like, I don't feel super bad about Laggy getting me with that. Because, like, it's Laggy. He gon' fuck me up. It's fine. I do feel super embarrassed every time it happens with fucking Ludroth. Yeah, it's this move. You just have to, like, straight up get clear of him. See, and I'm adjusting the camera a lot more than I meant to. Like, I don't know how obvious it is to you. This is the first large monster I'm streaming from 3rd gen, but like hitboxes are so much. Oh, he's gonna get me. So much fucking cleaner, and like you can actually iframe stuff now without the evasion skill. Obviously, that gives you more iframes, but it's just God, it's so much better. You know, I feel like we might be able to get him. I mean, if he would get away from the zone. See? Doing it right now. Come on, dude. See, like, I can get that close to him. They put a lot of effort into making this monster in particular very clean. And they always do that with the ones that they're, like, super serious about. Well, at least they started doing that. You know, later. First couple gens, I'd say they're all still pretty much bullshit. But, like, check that out. You know? Like, we collided, right? And it just pushed me. That one, I caught his claw. The claw does just a little bit of damage and trips me because it's an active hitbox. But, like, his neck isn't an active hitbox. So when it hits you, you're not like punished for it. You're in a zone where, yeah, you know what? If he's rushing forward and his neck hits you, that wouldn't hurt because there's nothing on the neck that will hurt you. That makes sense to me. Also, I'm a spoiled fiver who just wants to play an easy game for babies because I'm just a baby. I feel like my sarcasm might be... It might sound too genuine. I'm being unbelievably sarcastic right now. I think everybody can just fuck off about it, alright? I'm playing the game. I'm enjoying the game. I don't think I'm particularly bad at it. Oh my god, I didn't bring more whetstones. What is wrong with... Alright, you know what? You know what I was just saying about not being bad at this? I take it back. I'm an idiot. How did I not bring extra whetstones? I am a ding-dong. Oh my god. But see, like, this is how my first encounter with him went. I was like, this ain't no big deal. Whatever. Yeah, he did, like, what is that? Maybe 10% of my health? He do roar super loud, though. You know? Like, it's fine. It's fine. This isn't hard. And then he'll go into, like, oh, fuck. Yeah, he'll do that. That doesn't do like a ton of damage, but man, it fucking throws you. Yeah, come at me, bro. Every time. Every time. Granted, in that one, like, oh, fuck. Wait, what just broke? Did I just break something on him by getting thrown? That was probably Cha-Cha. Cha-Cha's dope. I used to talk shit about the, oh fuck, the Shakalaka being inferior to Gajalaka because I love Gajalaka. They're great. They're assholes, but they're great. But Cha-Cha is dope. Oh my god. See, like right there. That was all collision but because I was in like a dodge, I was iframing. You can actually iframe now. Like it's amazing. Look at that. Oh, we could have killed him, man. Let me get him. Oh, we could totally take him down. That's all it took for a repel? I just had to get a break on his face? That was nothing. Round acorn. Oh, he killed a cat. Oh, we could have got him. Okay, I feel good about this. I do feel a little bit... What? Dude, come on. It wasn't me. That was laggy. Don't make me hurt you, cat. Really cool thing I like, and I don't know if this is in... it's definitely not in Try. That's for sure. I don't know if this is in the 3DS version or if it's only in the Wii U version, because I suspect there are probably some even further quality of life upgrades in the Wii U version as opposed to the 3DS version. But the fact that there is actually there is a function you can turn on and off in the options to auto rotate the camera around a fixed point when you dodge roll. So good. That is so good. I love it. Are you telling me we can actually just grind this like 5-minute rappel fight to actually get some parts and make gear? That's how you do it. Are you not good enough to kill Laggy yet? Are you maybe just good enough to like make him go away over the course of an hour? Then you can at least start getting the parts. You don't have to be a fucking pro to pull this shit off. Like, that's how you do it. You trickle the difficulty in. You get them hooked on it. You make them invested before you start slapping them around those big old difficulty spikes. This is better game design. Not to mention the fact that it's gorgeous now. Cool. We got third boat. I'm into that. Third boat is good news, because I have been finding lately that the fishing boats are actually a pretty good source of cash. I never really use fish for anything, so I don't feel bad about selling all the fish off. I never sell them all. I always keep like a handful just in case, but like, I don't need pin tuna. What am I going to use that for? I eat potions and steaks. I don't need the tuna. Get rid of it. Sell it for like a couple thousand zenny. It's great. Oh my god, that's so many mega nutrients. Okay, but at least it's for ingredients. It's for a good cause. Ooh. Ooh, I might. Oh, that's a lot of resource points. That's a lot of resource points for a single item. It's probably Ludroth's rare drop, but like, do I give a shit? I don't think I do. Look at that. Okay, so from that rappel quest, we definitely got scales. Look, we even got one hide, so we could potentially grind out hides. And the tail, if you take a cutting weapon, you could try to focus on the tail and cut his tail off, which would probably immediately trigger the rappel. Okay, so just to craft his first weapon, we could get it from a rappel quest. You don't have to kill him. Like, this is how you do it. And if you played Freedom, and you're going to start talking about, well, it's the same with Garuga. No, bullshit. That fight is ridiculous. Garuga's bad to begin with. I actually really like young Garuga in World, because it's a very intense fight, but it's also a very fair fight. Young Garuga in Freedom was a mess and a half. But like, this is just better game design overall, because you don't have to completely take the thing down. You don't have to do a super good job. You can start getting the parts to make the better gear to give yourself more of an edge just by, like, surviving. You just need to do a little bit of damage. Ooh. Ooh. Shit, I don't know how we get Monster Bone Plus in this one. Because I'm pretty sure starting in at least Generations, that is like your first level high rank part. But in some of these older ones, you can get it in low rank, but it has to be low rank multiplayer. It's almost like a secondary difficulty increase. It might be the same way in Generations Ultimate. I can't remember. But like everything else in there we could get now, except for Monster Bone Plus. I don't know where to get that. Ooh. We're going to do Rathian soon. I kind of just want to keep going now. That went so much faster and better than I expected, largely because it was a repel. I thought it was actually going to be the first sleigh. I thought it was going to be the low rank sleigh. I thought it was going to be the low rank sleigh because I am like 90% sure that the Zenogre fight that I've got queued up in P3rd, which is at the same point, it's the urgent to go from 4-star to 5-star, is a sleigh quest. It's the one where you finally go take him down. Pretty sure. No, it definitely is because Crystal's been, she said she's been farming it. And I don't think she'd bother if it was just a repel quest. Alright. So we got the farm. Farm is, I don't know how I feel about this farm. It's it's sure as hell not as good as the P3rd farm. I'll say that. Like, it's cool that you can upgrade it through these different things, and it seems like it's more rewarding. Like, in terms of getting, you can get a lot of a very specific thing that you want very quickly. Whereas you'll see when we jump over to Portal 3rd, you have less control over what you get, but you get a little bit of everything for like basically no investment. This farm, you can get a lot of something very specific, but it requires a lot more investment and it requires a lot more effort to upgrade. Oh, Rathian. Should we go check in on Rathian? I'm taking her down a couple times in P3rd, so I can tell you. Oh, that wasn't even okay. So I wonder if can I do that repel again? Okay. Ooh. Hey, there's Giggy. I've already fought him. I've already fought him because he shows up in this quest. And I really thought, okay, so you can't grind it out. All right. Well, okay. I was a little overzealous in my praise of this being like super better design work, but at least they're getting you kind of into it. And I bet if I look it up right now, which I think I will, that was probably a weaker version of laggy. I'm looking this up at the moment. While I'm just scrolling though, thoughts on Cha-Cha. So I was aware that in this one you had a Shakalaka companion as opposed to a Palico, which right on the face of it, I was like, oh, I don't care for that. What about the cats, man? You always got a cat. Had a cat in Freedom Unite. I had cats in the kitchen in the very first game. What are you talking about giving me this weird new species of thing that has like a dumb name and apparently just says a bunch of gibberish. That just sounds like a shitty version of a Gajalaka, which, god damn. Do you have any idea what I would give for an actual Gajalaka companion? I hope they come back in Rise. It doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of, like, this appears to be a brand new area that I have a lot of thoughts about Rise. It doesn't make a lot of sense for Gajalaka to be there. I hope they're there anyway. I like the Gajalaka. Okay, so there isn't like a note here about it being a weaker version of Laggy. So I don't know, maybe we were doing pretty good. But see, now I gotta go look up. Now I gotta look up that first one to see what it has to say about that. Okay, so the quest list for MH3U does not specify that it is an unkillable version of Laggy. And that he's also weaker, but the page for just regular Try did specify that. So now I want to look at this repel quest for regular Try. Oops. Oh man, your internal website like search function is not good if it's easier for me to just back out to Google and search for what I need than it is to search on your website for what I need. It's not great. All right, so yeah, for the Monster Hunter 3 offline quest list, it specifies that this is a weaker version of Laggy and cannot be damaged. And then for the repel, killer, Trial of the Sea Dragon. It does, okay. Trial of the Sea Dragon, urgent. Hunters cannot repeat. Okay, so it does not specify that that is supposed to be a weaker version. It only specifies that you can't repeat it, which is accurate. We just saw that. So that might have been like legit Laggy. Which, if that's the case, ain't no thing. I'll fuck them up. What should we do? What should we do? It's 10:30. I should really call it. All right, I'm gonna call it. Next time, what we're gonna do, I want to draw your attention to this right now. But then next time when we boot up, I'm gonna put this on display because we're gonna jump directly from one game to the other. You know what? Screw it. We can just like look at what I'm wearing. But just keep this in mind. Can I inspect my gear more closely? I might have to be at the item box for that. I just want to draw attention to this right now. Namely, like let's look at. Okay, so I got these Kuropeko Greaves, right? They have Maestro built in. And take note, I have one Sonorous Jewel, which adds 2 to Maestro. So the base skill on it is +3 in these legs. And then in the waist, I also have a Sonorous Jewel, so it's +2 in the waist. That's +3 in the legs, +2 in the waist. And then for my weapon, I've got the Sandpipe, which is the base level Baroth Horn, which has -30 affinity. Just keep that in mind, because when we jump over to Portable Third, those numbers are not going to be the same. And that's kind of crazy. Like, that's a really weird sort of arbitrary thing that they change between the two games, and I don't think you'd even notice it if you weren't playing them side by side like I am. Also, real quick, I want to go see, because, like, coming up, what we got? Giggy. I should do Giggy for this. I mean, I might do it in Portable Third. One way or another. I might go ahead and just knock these out off stream. I'll make sure, you know, we do a Giggy fight at some point so I can talk about Giggy, because this is the first time I've ever played, you know, 3rd gen is when he's introduced, and I fucking hate Ketsu with a burning passion. I'm going to put him in a dumpster and launch him into the sun. I don't feel that way about Giganox. I think he's kind of cool. He is cartoonishly disgusting, which actually makes him less gross. You know, like they dialed it up enough notches that it is no longer upsetting to me. It's funny. Oh, the Argosi's here. Right, so the Argosi captain, this guy. Look at this weeby motherfucker. Apparently, if you do, like, enough trading with him or something, you can eventually get his sword, but, like, I don't fucking care. It's a longsword. I'm never going to use that. What do we got, though? So this is a cool system that gets introduced. The trader will, from this point on, come back pretty much over and over. Sometimes I think it's usually associated with the Argosi. Might always be associated with the Argosi, actually. All right, he's got max potions now. That's cool. As you progress, he gets more and more stuff. But you can trade him for like some fairly rare or harder to obtain items. And in exchange, you have to give him some rare items. So like... Ooh, you know what I need? I need some more fish finders. So what I'm going to do is... let's just go with 10. I'm going to say I want 10. And that's going to fill up his meter. And then I have to trade him enough stuff in total to match his meter. Or exceed it. And then we got a good trade. And I can have the stuff. So the best way to go about it is to trade items that have no value otherwise. And there's also rare trade. You get a couple different, you know, rare items. These are usually like quest rewards or things that you can gather out while you're on expeditions on the deserted island. So like I picked up this at some point. Okay, that's worth 2-star. What can I get that I don't already have that's worth 2-star? From him you can get this barbecue spit that can do 2 at once. It's kind of weird. I don't like it. And also the mask that I have Cha-Cha wearing does the same thing, which means I don't even have to carry a spit anymore, so meh. But like you can get, you know, Book of Combos 4. You can get some decorations for your house. Ooh, get a new dance. Jesus, Hoggin' a Frog is like the most rare shit I've seen so far. That's dumb. Book of Combos 5. Ooh. New ingredients. Shit, he's got some new stuff that like I want. This is actually kind of a hard decision because I haven't had a 2-star item in a while. I can't think of anything I've needed to craft that is that difficult. So it's either going to be a new ingredient or something for Cha-Cha. I don't care about this yet. Maybe I do care about that. Damn. So this is the thing. This is like the trader. You can get just like stuff from the trader. It's kind of like GU. There's some rarer or harder to obtain items that you could get other ways, but it's just more convenient this way. And you have to trade either things that can be used for, you know, like you can speed up the process of the Argosi, like where you can also specify where he goes on his journeys, and that will change what is in his inventory. And so you can like give him items to speed up the process, because the more locations he visits, giving him a larger inventory for trading, the longer the trip takes. So the more quests you have to do before he comes back. You can give him stuff to speed up that process, or you can trade him that stuff for, you know, in your trading for goods. So it's always good to like burn your just useless, like quote unquote rare items that have no value otherwise before you start burning the stuff that like speeds up boats, because he's also not the only boat. You've also got fishing boats that you can speed up or give, you know, like that's why I just got all those fish finders off him, because I'm out of those, and those drastically increase the rewards you get from your fishing boats. But so like, do I want entrance his mind and body? I don't know what that means. See, I need to start like looking shit up on how Cha-Cha's mechanics work, because he's got some stuff going on. I think he's a really good like companion concept. It's a little less like straightforward than say how the Palicos work in World, where they have each, you know, they have all the unique tools that can give them different abilities. Cha-Cha's a little more like convoluted, but the result is that you also get some pretty wild stuff from it. Like, he's wearing a mask that is a grill, which means while we're out in the world, because in this game, you know, you still have to actually carry a spit if you want to cook stuff. While he's got that mask on, I don't have to carry a spit. I can grill whenever I want on his head. That's one, that's super useful. Two, it's super wacky. It's super Monster Hunter, you know? 3rd gen is when it starts to become Monster Hunter. It's colorful and it's weird. 7 lives. Ah, God, I don't... Best case scenario is that's like a revive ability, but it's not. No, it's not going to be that. That's too much. They wouldn't give you that. It's probably something that allows him to revive himself quickly. I'm going to go with the ingredient. I need to look up what the stuff is with Cha-Cha before I start investing his things. I've got another one. What the shit? Hell yeah. If I've got another one, then yeah, let's do it. Alright. Just got one left. The problem is you can't do like multiples, so I can't add multiple ones together. Yeah, and at this point, like I don't really care about anything else, so I'm gonna let him go. But now I can specify where he goes. I'm gonna just have him go to all of them so that he keeps having a bunch of stuff. But I'm gonna give him one of these items I could have traded him before to speed it up. It's not enough to even reduce the duration from very long, but yeah. So this is the beginning of the trader, and as I understand it, I don't know if it's that you have to just do enough trades, or like maybe once a specific location opens up, but eventually you can get that sword off him. Okay, I don't really care. I'm not gonna get the sword because I don't need the sword. I'm never gonna use the sword. Oh, we got a sale going on. Kind of want to buy some stuff. See, sales? We got sales now. It rewards you for checking in on all this different stuff. Have I already bought that? I've already bought that. Yeah. You know, so now there was a fair amount of like upkeep before you would, you know, check your farm and stuff like that, because the farm was literally every quest, everything would refresh, and now it's a little bit more like, you know, every so many quests you should check the farm because it's kind of working in the background, but you should also check the shop because maybe they got sales going on, and You should check to see if the trader's in, because he's in at different intervals. And you should talk with the fishmongeress, because you've got fishing boats out that are all moving at different intervals, depending on how far you're sending them. But the end result is that you are getting more just stuff without actively having to go out into the field and get it, which is great. It's starting to take on a little bit more of that like living world feel. Oh, that new mask is cool. So see, this is what I'm saying. I need to look it up. The one on the far right is his new mask. It's the mystery mask. And apparently you can like give him an item and he'll pull a veggie elder and like transmute it into a different item. That seems cool. I gotta figure out what the deal is with that so I can start abusing it. Anyway, that's enough for one night. Getting back on that horse. Sorry, Freedom Unite wasn't fun. I guess I'm just bad at video games, but I wasn't enjoying it, and I am enjoying this. So from here on out, we're going to be playing Portable Third and 3U. Until I decide that we should go ahead and jump into 4U, because I'm very eager to start that as well. And then eventually we're just going to hit a point where I'm jumping back and forth between basically everything from 3rd gen onward. Because coming up real soon we got Fatalis, so I'm definitely going to be playing World a bit over the next couple days to brush up and get ready. But that's going to be it for tonight. So, as always, thanks for watching. Happy hunting.